Hi, friends. Host Eric here, host of Talking with Famous People. 2:30 in the morning. Figured I'd be fast asleep by now. Instead, I'm all riled up with no place to go. Why am I all riled up? Michelle Schock's ridiculous comment that was full of disingenuity and shoulder chip. Hi, dumb genius. So, it's interesting how she tries to accuse me of bullying her. She's a public figure making public statements about public policy that I disagree with. That doesn't mean he's not an ESFP, Lauren Cuthbert. Or is it a different date? Is this a different one? No, I'm not feeling too shit. I couldn't believe that fucking comment. I couldn't fucking believe it. It was like, the gall of this woman. There's one basic reality that I think people need to remember about information control in general. It links to privacy. It also links to intellectual property. To the extent that you choose to control information, you choose to deny everybody else access to that information. Now, that makes sense when you're not talking about information. When you're talking about an object, right? To the extent that I choose to control this torch, I deny you access to it. But if I were to give you access to it, then I would no longer have access to it, right? There's only one of them, and we can't both have it at the same time. I'm glad to hear it, Winston's mom. Thanks. I put on the sweater primarily because you said the jacket looked nice yesterday. I thought the sweater would look nicer than a t-shirt. I'm going to refill my coffee. No, not already. I need to make a new product coffee. God damn it. Why does the world have to be so difficult? Why must I suffer such indignities? What happened, Eric? I have to make a new pot of coffee. I'm so sorry. That's horrible to hear. Well, when I tell you this, I think Michelle Schock is going to be pissed. I really do think she's accustomed to those kind of threats working. And because most people are responsive to legal threats. People are very scared of getting dragged into the legal system. It's an advantage I have over most people because I always say, I would love to see you in court. That'd be fantastic. I just don't believe in other people's capacity to beat me in that forum. After all, if I'm there, I'm right. It's not like I'm going to go participate in a case where I don't believe I have the winning case. I will have already tried to reconcile with the aggrieved party. After all, I will have aggrieved them in that situation. Okay, coffee is cooking now. I'm cooking coffee in the coffee pot, cooking it all day long. I mean, the thing is, I was rather surprised at the ferocity of her reply, It shows how utterly committed she is to this bad position she has. The fact is, trying to treat digital objects as though they were physical objects is fundamentally a mistake. It is different if you steal a pack of cigarettes from me than if you steal a digital file from me. I don't lose anything if you steal the digital file, except potential earnings, right? The thing is, it's like most things you can hear online, right? But you can't hear Michelle Shocked online. She's not on any streaming services. And as to why that's the case, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe she feels as though they're not giving her a good enough cut or something. But she's sort of aggressively anti-community in some sense. She doesn't like the idea that people engage with each other's media in ways that is free and open. And to me, I just really disavow that theory. I dislike the fact that YouTube is so well, she made a point of saying that, and I corrected her. I did not confess to willful copyright violation. I did not. And that's why I'm saying she's wrong on the facts, wrong on the law. She's see, this is the nice thing, Winston's mom. That's how she gets you. Most people reply and deal with legal threats like Winston's mom. But I don't. I evaluate them on their merits. And I'm very rarely wrong about something like that. The fact is, my words do not comprise a willful confession to copyright violation. And everything about my channel runs afoul of the notion of the sort of thing that law is put in place to deal with. I am anything but a serial copyright violator. I am anything but somebody who's trying to profit off Michelle Shocked, right? The video that I put up was a video to help people find Michelle Shocked stuff online because I couldn't find it online, but finally I found a couple of spots of it online. She really didn't like that I was undermining her attempt to shut down access to her music. But that kind of undermining is not a copyright infringement. It's just using information that's freely available and sharing it with people. So she doesn't have any legal legs to stand on. Most people, though, she gets headspace with that shit. That's the thing I wish I had stressed a little bit more at the end of it. One of the things that makes her, what I believe, guilty of some wickedness is that when you make legal threats to people like that, using some legal language, most people react like Winston's mom do. At very least, they let it occupy some headspace. I don't at all, unless they have a winning argument. and they don't in this case. So, zero chance. Hi, Lijo. Zero chance that she would ever successfully litigate against me. Any attempted litigation will result in an immediate counter litigation for all the costs. She'd lose that and walk away with her tail between her legs. Depending on how FI she is, she may or may not be willing to accept that reality, My point is, Winston's mom, she won't, because she's wrong. No lawyer will help her with that. She doesn't have the law on her side. I didn't do the thing she said. I'm not guilty of it. And she'd never get that kind of penalty against me. What she's really objecting to is my vociferous portrayal of her position on digital DCMA stuff as morally reprehensible and my opposition to it. She doesn't like my opposition to it, and so she attacks me with threats, with legal. What aren't even real legal threats? They are. It's legal threat theater. What she says is she doesn't actually make any legal threats. She just says things that imply legal risk. So, the one threat she makes doesn't even make any sense, which is that she's going to sell the enema to the highest bidder or something like that. Even if she were to win some sort of settlement against me, it would be non-transferable, obviously. So, it's just full of misinformation, lies, disingenuity, and nothing that scares me one bit. Lawyers don't scare me, let alone regular people talking law talk. Yeah, Michelle's shockingly bad case. Exactly. I am not renting a car in Indianapolis. FY everyone's eye. I will be using Uber. Rachel and I will be using Uber. Let's see what Lauren Cuthbert's being honest about this time. I love internet drama, though not this one. Why not this one? Maybe Michelle Shock will box me. What do you think? She looks pretty tough. And in what fashion are you personally invested? Can you expand with expansiveness? Whose side are you on in this one, Lauren Cuthbert? It's fine if you're on her side. The hotel, I will tell you the hotel room right now. It is the Conrad Indianapolis. Here's the street address and phone number of the hotel. I'll just forward this to you. Is what I'll do. Forward to S. There you are. You're the first S that pops up. Congratulations. That's pretty big. Oh no, I sent it to the wrong person. I don't think so. You don't have to be on camera. We could do artistic shots of the back of your head. We could do you with a gauzy filter on the camera, like they did with what's her name, Sybil Shepherd in Moonlighting. Carter's Pimp's comment. I would have been like, damn, I'm a fan from my one album I made 10 years ago after I've been around meth. Sweet. Thank you, Bobby Son. I appreciate someone else's earlier comment on the typing today. That was very nice of you to say. I think I'm probably at my most personable in those typing sessions and most purposeful because I got to worry about what I'm there to do. So that probably helps me to be more well perceived and the video to be more well perceived than some other contexts. They actually have 2 albums. She has 2 albums that are pretty good. Okay, then how about this? For instance, Mom, instead of using a gauzy lens, why don't we actually cover you in Vaseline? Well, Sky Gear, something that you should try probably is kratom. If you take like 2 or 3 kratums, like which ends up being maybe 1.5 grams to 2 grams, maybe 3 grams of kratom, it's kind of like, it's not like Adderall at all, but it does tend to make you focus and do things a little bit. Oh no, we accidentally covered her in gasoline. And then I light a cigarette. Oops. You're so hungry, but you can't keep food down. Well, have you considered drinking it with 7-Up? 7-Up calms your stomach. It's well known. It's an old urban legend everybody should believe. Have you tried 7-Up, though, Lauren Cuthbert? You should eat yogurt and you should have 7-Up. Maybe some Tums wouldn't hurt. You know. In England, you do Coke when you have food poisoning. Go to the hospital. Oh, I got food poisoning. The doctor brings you a mirror with some lines on it. And he's like, here, you need to do this Coke. I'm having food poisoning. Yeah, but now you're on Coke. Doesn't that make you feel a little bit better? Dumb Genius has not a bad idea. Have you considered using the butt plug solution to explosive diarrhea? Although I imagine it making like when it, you know, or gets held in. Yeah, you need leeches. You need leeches, stomach poison. The thing about the leeches is you have to swallow them so they leach the inside of you. You should also take charcoal. That absorbs stuff. You should take some charcoal. Oh, you know what you should do? You should drink grapefruit juice. Grapefruit juice is notorious for killing all kinds of shit in your stomach. So the reason why you shouldn't take grapefruit juice before you take your medication is it kills the enzymes that destroy about half the medication, which means your pill will be like twice as strong. Okay, Lauren Cuthbert, I want you to look in all of your cupboards for a small bottle with the word antidote on it. If you find that, drink that. What food poisoned you? Don't tell me that you ate that deadly blowfish that they like to prepare occasionally as sushi in Japan. I was reading a lot about the end of World War II and the occupation of Japan shortly after World War II a little while ago. Began with a question: how did the American occupation influence Japanese culture? And I didn't really find the article I wanted to find, which was something like um, a description of how interfacing with American language, ideals, pastimes, values. Because the thing is, the American occupiers in Japan after World War II, they enforced a mandatory education curriculum that prioritized a bunch of democratic values. And by and large, it worked, you know. The thing is, the Japanese have this weird, I guess, mixed relationship with their past and World War II in particular. Apparently, in Japanese textbooks, history textbooks, World War II is just covered in like 3 pages. And then quickly moving on. So the thing is, of course, the reason I ask is because in anime I see so many references to World War II, ultimately. Way more than you'd expect. Like in America, you see very few references to World War II. But of course, in Japan, there's references to all kinds of past periods. So, like Japanese culture incorporates in their existing conversations a lot more reference to the past anyway. But the point is, there's a lot of baseball in anime. And it's one of the things that I think is interesting because it seems to be the number one thing from American culture that is kind of concrete that they embraced, right? Is anime an NESI thing? Because I find it rather mad. Probably. I mean, the thing is, you gotta look around for the best ones. Obviously, male ones are mad. Spectacular ones are not. I guess where I'm going with that is where was he going with that? Well, the thing is, seeing a lot of World War II stuff in Japanese media. There are atomic explosions in just about every anime, although most of them aren't technically atomic explosions. They look like atomic explosions. It's clearly the idea of a single explosion blowing up an entire city is really kind of rampant in anime. I think it's interesting the way that they retain some of the like singularity of purpose and resolve and persistence ideals that presumably made up the bulk of a militaristic culture, and yet concurrently include the sort of humanist top level values that require that singularity and stuff to serve a common good. They're both communitarian and individualist. They've got conflicting values between characters who are FI and trying to get along with the FE, Gestapo that is Japan. And they've got storylines about people who are, executing that FE ideal perfectly. They've got storylines about just about every kind of person and how they fit in with Japanese culture, except very few ENTPs. ENTPs don't fit into that culture. The reason being, they stand out too much. Standing out too much is not considered a good thing in Japan. Everybody is subordinate to the group ultimately, and if you convey that, you prioritize your own individualism over your duty to the group, it causes big problems in Japan. That's basically what I've deduced from watching all the anime I've watched. There's also a very innocent kind of understanding of romance and love, a kind of old-fashioned understanding of romance and love, I think, in the country. The difference being that I think in Japanese culture, the men are supposed to be too cool to sort of hit on the chicks. So the chicks are supposed to convey their interest to the males. It just seems to be consistently the case when watching anime. TFW. What does that mean? If Eric goes to Japan, he's not even going to have to say anything to stand out because he'd be taller than whatever everyone in the country. Self before tribe is not exclusive to FI, is it? Could you touch upon that, Eric? Yeah, those distinctions are a little reductive, but not really terrible. FI cares about what it cares about. Okay, so it is very possible that FI care about a tribe a lot, care about their team, care about their in-group, and prioritize the interests of that in-group over interests of people in an out-group in ways that maybe TI think is unfair, When FE talks about tribe, where DSP says tribe for FE, it's not entirely wrong. FE does approach life by saying, I'm going to try to be a team player, rather than I'm going to try to make sure I like what I'm doing. But FI is more about expresses most in individual relationships, as does FE. FE expresses more on a broader level, but amongst SI DOMs anyway, or amongst FE, SI, FE, it much more deals with people on an individual level. So the key thing to note is that extrovert feeling is an interface function. It's basically responsive. So it might sometimes be responsive to silence by filling the space by saying something. It might be responsive to somebody expressing anger or sadness by attempting to manage that person's emotions rather than commiserate and try to solve the problem or try to provide some help that'll make them feel better or something, but not really just commiserate. So it's like when you're talking about these things, you can talk about scenario Mia. If Mia is going on, Mia is likely to pia, but Mia is likely to pia. You could do that, That's not a crime against physics. Stop committing crimes against physics. I'm getting totally sick of it. I'm totally sick of your perpetual motion machines. I'm gonna tell Mom. Peter Dentici points out it's also being team inclusive, so I would generally agree that Effie wants to make sure everybody is included. FI is more likely to say, this is our thing. The ENTP girl I typed recently is a hardcore Mass Effect fan. I don't know what Mass Effect is. Is it a video game? Sheila's mad because I won't agree with her that she's an ISFP. Yeah, it's a game. It's a video game. Science fiction media franchise created by Preston Wadamaniak, Drew Karpyshyn, by EA, basically. To put it bluntly, it's made by EA. Well, Winston's mom phrases it one way, right? Sheila W. was first thought to be, I like the use of passive voice there, Winston's mom was very FE aware of you, to be an ISFJ, but she studied and figured out she's ISFP. She's very stylish and she's mature and knows herself best. Well, I mean, I typed her pretty thoroughly, and she came out as ISFJ. I just uploaded her 5 a.m. video. Could I do a crossover? What's it about? What's her video about? How would who type at work? Your mom's face? Very poorly. It's hard to type with your nose. Eric made a joke. Yes, I did. Eric made a joke with his joking bone. All right. Piao. 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 INTJ International Group MBTI Internet Groups IRL. Huh. It's a premiere. I'll watch it later. It's premiering right now. Yeah, I see that. I should probably just, what I should do is I should mute it, put it on captions, and push play. So I'm currently watching it. She's doing kind of a Frank Jamesy thing. She's dressed up as different characters. I think playing different roles. Yeah, I got on how you say closed captions. So she's making fun of people who pretend to be INTJs, from what I can tell. Well, that was interesting. So I'm done watching. Yeah, and I'm sorry I was not really attending to you or paying attention. I know you felt neglected, and I don't. I don't blame you. I'm here to deeply apologize for my failure. No, it's actually Boba Fett. That's not true. Uh, it doesn't really go down. It goes up, but very slowly. But it's going up a little faster now. I think we got 6,600. React to Elijah's premiere video live. I mean, I think here's what I would say about it. It's a good example of NITE, prevent defense. So, in other words, she's saying here are all the various ways that people who aren't INTJs behave when they are thinking they're INTJs, and um, in a sense that's designed to preventively to spike out people who want to critique whether she's actually an INTJ. Have you watched It's Just Kevin, Eric? No, I haven't watched It's Just Kevin. Yeah, I think that's probably true, Oliver Linehan. Thing is, the typing sessions have turned out to be the meat and potatoes of this channel. They get good views, they get good response. I get mostly all 100% thumbs up, and I think they reinforce my legitimacy the more I do them. So, I hope I have more typing sessions soon. I don't have anything scheduled at the moment, but they come around whenever they come around, and Yeah, this is the thing. You got to figure on the test. They ask you to say something like this. Yeah, I need to do a couple shorter ones coming up here too. I got a couple things in mind for. I want to do a type police obligio that focuses on basically the fact that we're looking at her affect, and what we might conclude from her affect is somewhat limited. And then I want to reference a couple points in a in the video we did where I felt she demonstrated more SI than an ENTJ would likely demonstrate. So that's in the works. I had a busy day today. I had the 2 typing sessions, and I spent a lot of time helping my dad with his computer, getting him comfortable with it. He was getting frustrated with it because I hadn't yet gotten the USB keyboard and mouse for him, nor the long cord camera or the HDMI cable. Now I got him set up with a TV, and he can see things better. And I walked him through how to use the mouse because he always before had either a phone or a Macintosh. He's got some irrelevant fears, but that's just old age. You can see his frustration being that he's a TE Dom, right? But he's TESI, and all this computer stuff is just, it's too new for from you. Yeah, you can't pay me for chats or sessions over super chat because Google takes a lot of it. So I enjoyed typing that couple days too. I totally misread Brooke before I started talking to her. I don't know how many of you watched that typing session, but if you were like me, you probably thought before I started talking to her that she was ISFP maybe, or ISTP or ESFP or something. I think it's a good idea, Elijah. It's good prevent defense. It's a good way of too much extroverted intuition, dumb genius. Do you remember all the reasons she came up with for joining the army? Shit ton of them. Yeah, they do love each other. Right. That's the affect thing, right? So I would agree with dumb genius that she has more of the affect of an ISTP than a typical INFJ, but that's misleading. The guy was ESTP. And an ESTP who I think can show how challenging it can be to distinguish between ESTPs and ENTPs. He was a very ideationally minded ESTP. He talked about making up stories and stuff in the car, yada, yada, yada. But you can see it's it's like, Andrew Luck was an ENTP quarterback. So it is the case that the two action types can embrace the other action form. But you can just tell. And the thing is, that's why I said I couldn't really prove it to him. I can't exactly explain why, despite that guy's obvious ideationalness, that he was not an ENTP, but rather an ESTP. I would point to his obvious SI ignoring. ENTPs could not do those long days of driving. It would destroy me. Day after day of truck driving would kill me. I can't handle the I just can't handle the physical discomfort. So there's that. Plus, I mean, there was the way he approached the troll question. It was so much directly towards action and not ideational action. So it's like, in any dome with that troll question, I'll probably come out and say, well, let me talk to some people. Whereas he wants to jump directly into action. So I think I'm right that he's an ESTP. Those are some good reasons, but they're not definitive. And at the end of the day, the reason I'm so sure is because I just feel like my NI says, and I trust it. He was all over the place with possibilities with the river troll thing. They were all forms of action, though. He didn't do any ideational work, right? Like, he didn't have any conversations with people. He didn't try to use language to do stuff. So I think that was kind of telling, Monotony is the word for your truck driving escapades. So would you call that a monoscapade? Well, look, ideation is not necessarily linguistic, but he was coming up with a bunch of ideas expressed in words, right? The point is, I agree with you that I can't definitively prove he's ESTP and not ENTP. But I would say evaluating his process of extroverted intuiting, which seemed to rely a lot more heavily on extroverted sensing and a lot less than introverted sensing than, say, mine, and his the concreteness of that which he extrovertedly intuited, and the lack of real divergence. So, like, for example, when he came up with a name for a character, he looked at my name and changed it to be Rick Strawson for the captain, right? Not bad, a way to approach it, but I would probably not look externally for a name there. I'd think to myself, well, what's a good name for a captain? And what's a kind of weird name, So I'd do something like Luther Goodflight, if he were, regardless of what kind of captain he was, And I make a point of the convenient last name of Goodflight, or something like that, It's a different process. In that instance, I'd be using extroverted intuition with introverted sensing and introverted intuition to try to, Just do the first thing to pop up, Janice Kumar. Here I come. Who's Janice Kumar? You like your silver hair? You hope you get some friends soon. I'll be friends with your hair. Yeah, I mean, SE types like impact. They like to see impact. So when you see a certain subset of ESFPs will come in and simply make claims that they know I disagree with because they want to kick the anthill. You know, they want to see impact. Not because they want those ideas to be engaged with necessarily. The engaging of those ideas by negating them and ideally getting angry at them is all the person's really looking for. And then they just shifts to another thing that's provocative. That's an SE type coming in and shaking things up, you know, or kicking the anthill, looking for impacts, change regardless of what kind. And you can see that that's a strategy that works pretty well with. If you look at Trump, the way he made it through his administration was he'd do something that got everybody pissed off. And then before, just as they're sort of gathering forces to do something about it, he'd do something else to piss everybody off, kick the anthill and disrupt all the existing plans and get everybody scrambling again. And as soon as they sort of start to gather together and or say, hey, that last anthill kick was terrible, and we're going to do something about it. Boom, kicks the anthill again. Do NI types kick the anthill too, differently? No, I would say that their SE is much more linked to SI than, say, an SE DOMs, such that Rachel will, when feeling stressed, overwhelmed, or whatever, go take a walk, ride a bike, get some exercise, or something like that. And I, when stressed out, blah, 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 will go take a nap. Okay, well, objective personality, by that logic, licking an ice cream cone is cone manufacture, because ice cream is served in a cone. So, there's no logic at all there. I mean, I agree all SE types are NI types, so they do kick it in the same way, I suppose. But not really, because all SI types are SI types. But, SI force deals with it very differently than SI first. I mean, I think the anthill is basically the status quo. So things that disrupt the status quo, run afoul of people's expectations in ways that lead to them having statuses. Let's write a nonsensical essay about how other people's feelings feel. Licking an ice cream cone is the meaning of life because it was created and then reduced and melted to nothingness by the hotness of your slimy tongue, which represents your values. That's a beautiful metaphor. If the cone is alone, your ice cream ain't home. That's a good old saying. I like it. I came up with an old saying the other day too. It's what was it? I don't remember. It had the word teetotaler in it, though. I know that. In Soviet Russia, cone licks ice cream. Then ice cream licks you. Then you lick cone. I can't beat your cone rap. If the cone is alone, your ice cream ain't home. But if your cone is a pine, your ice cream ain't mine. Because I don't eat needles when I want meals. I look for frozen cream instead. Deal? How about that? Did I beat your rapping? Bars. Bars indeed. Apparently, according to popular belief, Plato used to draw phallic symbols on the wall of some ruins around somewhere in rural Bulgaria. Was he trying to teach the Bulgarians about the birds and the bees? Penis. Penis. Was he the inventor of Mars bars? Was that guy? XI, did you invent Mars bars? Do you prefer XI or 11? Or Xi? You know, reminds me of that time I went to the movie theater and there was a lady at the concession stand and Exo Chills. Who the fuck is named Exo Chills? Hey, don't think Plato just died and was buried. He may have gone into suspended animation for a long time, returned, gone to Bulgaria, which was a hot spot when he returned. I guess Bulgarian women were notoriously loose at the time. He took it upon himself to teach the Bulgarian people about penis. That's why, Skygear, you exist today. If it weren't for Plato, your ancestors didn't know what to do. It was nonstop anal, and they couldn't figure out why they weren't having any children. I wear a phallic symbol as a talisman against the evil eye, too. It hangs down between my legs. It's my dick. Boom. How do you like me now? Phallic symbols. Painting dicks on the walls sounds like just the kind of thing Plato would get passed at Diogenes for doing. Is that a school or something? Diogenes. In Russia, cone licks you, then fall on a shoe. That's silly. I like your proverb, dumb genius. It's always sunny above the clouds. What should the meaning behind it apply? It implies that if you weren't such a lowly worm, you might be able to see the sun. Right? It implies you should be a bird. Don't piss off Diogenes. Diogenes. He will dye your jeans purple. Who's a fully actualized what? Demonescy caused me to gather too many facts. Now I'm too objective for my own good. Maybe naivety is not to be saved, but my objectivity is a terrible cost. I mean, don't mistake firmness in your conclusions for objectivity. Dumb genius is not Cloud. Zero chance dumb genius is Cloud. But Cloud does represent a category of thing that sometimes gets referenced, you know. It's the one-armed drummer phenomenon. What, Boba Fett? You don't do that? Is that not normal? That's my daily routine. I mean, Cloud's probably objective personality. That's certainly a possibility. Maybe not. It's hard to say. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. What does matter, I'm going to share it with you right now. What does matter in this world? There's not much that really matters in this world, but this spectacular kitty does. I think that's more of an SINI thing, really. I've noticed that Rachel really needs to read through the words a lot of times before she's got them down, in contrast to Spacey, who piaos them like instantly. It's pretty impossible not to want to pet that, right? You just really want to pet that cat. Oh, beauty. Yes. Daddy loves you. Oh, yes. You are such a good and true and just kitty friend. My admiration for you knows no bounds. Oh, my beloved. Oh, my spectacular friend. I'm sorry for disturbing your slumber. You can go right back to sleep. Is that light too bright for you? Here. Is that better? How about this light? There. That's better. You'll sleep better with that light. You could send her a sleep mask. Almost looks like she's got that hat on. You know? Doesn't it kind of look like she has that hat on? I want to turn the hat. There. Now she looks like she's wearing the hat, you know? Little jaunty tilt to it. She's jaunty like that. She's a jaunty motherfucker with a hell of a scope, as they say. Chinese like to shit on the seats when Plato was giving lectures. When Plato defined man as the fatherless biped, Diogenes presented him with a plucked chicken saying, "Here's your man." Why is man a fatherless biped? What makes them fatherless? You know? Why Joe has no time in her busy life for long-term cats. She leases them. It's much more cost efficient. Admit it, Lijo, you lease your cats, don't you? I wonder if I opened up a cat leasing service if I could make money. You know? And a shocking new trend. Eric's revolutionary cat leasing business earned $7 billion in fiscal year 2022. As it turns out, everyone in America wanted to lease a cat. I said, I'd like a cat, but buying one seems like too much of a commitment. So, you know, they pay $12 a month for their cat. They're responsible for all the food and everything. And then at the end of the year, if they don't like their cat or they just want a new cat, they just take their old cat in and trade it in for a new one. You know? Sure, there's a $500 down payment that's non-deductible. You know, I mean, non-refundable. And if the cat dies, it's why you have to purchase the optional insurance in case the cat dies, you know. But you can get a refund on part of those monies at the end if your cat's healthy when you return it. Well, horse mumbler, that's because people say fatherless a lot more frequently than they say featherless. Perhaps you should say feather-free or a paucity of feathers. Well, there's a $250 maiming deductible. No, there's a maiming deductible. You don't get that back. You will get the other $250 back. So, you know, it costs you less if you maim it than if you kill it. Well, it won't be a kitten, so we'll only lease full-grown cats. Our fish seem a lot happier since we got rid of the peacock variety of cichlid, which is a particularly aggressive variety. And the other fish seem happier, more at peace. Lilu, I'm not sure he likes his current spot as much as he likes his old spot, but he can still look around more and find a better spot if he wants to. Yeah, I know, right? Winston's mom? The Daniel and Mac Daddy answer that question exactly the same way. A couple of ESTPs who both go, puppy will struggle less. Talk about kind of a good SE frame of reference, too. They're imagining the actual execution of the act rather than just designating it a status and assuming the practice of it is a foregone conclusion, which is more like what an any person would do, you know. I want to amend what I'm saying, Elijah, there. If you return the cat with a fashionable eye patch but no eye injury, then that's fine. We may or may not keep the eye patch depending on how much the cat likes the way it looks in the eye patch. It's purely decorative. Have rappers started doing that yet? You know how they have those grills they put over their teeth to make them look like they have stuff in their mouth, I guess. Do they have an equivalent thing where rappers wear eye patches even though they don't need them just for fashion purposes? Does anybody know? Can anybody think of that trend? Evidence of that trend taking place? I'd like that trend to be the case. I think it's a good way for rappers to really stand out and say, hey, we're here, we wear eye patches, we're cool. All right, well then, that might be fine. Boba Fett, so if I were to say to you, which would you rather drown, a puppy or a human baby? Are you saying you'd choose the human baby? Well, I see it also as an opportunity to give the cat a bionic eye that has more powers than a regular eye. How about if you had the choice between a human baby and a human old lady? Which would you drown? The baby couldn't scream condemning words at you, but the old lady's got less life to live. Well, how about instead of drowning them, you hang them from a tree? Skyger, that's a very dark joke. A joke that I, as an bipolar person, do tend to Sophie's choice joke. The best Sophie's choice joke, I think, is I don't remember how it came up, but it was on even in a live stream when we were talking about the sequel to Sophie's Choice, Sophie's Other Choice, or Sophie's Lack of Choice, where they're back, they're here for the second kid. But don't I have a choice? Not this time. We're just taking the other kid now. I don't know whether to feel better or worse. I mean, I've been feeling so bad about choosing one over the other. Now that they're both dead, I feel totally liberated. I'm a new woman. I think I want to go out and get pregnant again. All right. I'll look into this Diogenes guy. I'll look into him. All right. So who do you drown? Old lady or cancer baby? It's all predicated on if you must, right? Presumably there's a supervillain standing there with a ray gun at your family. And they're going to shoot your family with a ray gun if you don't, yeah. Sophie's Choice Part 2. Well, protecting your other kid. Really? After all that going back and forth? Can you drown supervillain? I mean, any action by you is likely to get your entire family slaughtered. Even if you were to successfully tackle them, you would have saved the cancer baby or the old lady, but you would have lost your family in the process. Everyone close to you. Yeah, you could do a Sophie's Choice Part 2 action flick where Sophie you get Meryl Streep in her final role, right? She's strapped to the gills. She's got RPGs. She's got machine guns. She's got AK-47s. And she's going after those Nazis and taking them down. And in the end, what does she do? She rescues the kid that was stolen from the first one, thereby totally invalidating the point of the first movie. Well, I'm assuming you're saying, what if the old lady was actually Batman in disguise? Because Batman's a man, not a lady. I think what you do is you pretend to drown the old lady. You whisper in her ear before you drown her. You hold your breath, pretend to die quick. And then you pretend to lose grip of her and she floats down the river. And then, tell her, wait as long as you can and then take a breath, That's what I'd probably do. Because I couldn't communicate that to the baby, right? The baby, in response to my plan, would simply say, goo goo gaga. Well, the supervillain never planned on letting me go. But while I was in the river drowning the old lady, I picked up a rock and I threw it at his head and knocked him out. Jose, did anyone ever say to an ESFP, no, you were really an INTJ? So someone comes in and says, I'm an ESFP. And I say, no, you're an INTJ. That's not happened. No. Some occasionally ESFPs will come in expecting to be ESFPs, like the last lady. But yeah, but see, here's the thing, Sky Gear. What you don't know, joke's on you, to get those really cool looking helmets, they have to forsake actual structural integrity. They're basically paper mache. Not any protection at all. Now who's the joke on? Okay, no AKs. STG 44s. That's fine. I would drown the heart surgeon on the grounds that heart surgery is just quacky pseudoscience anyway. I don't really think heart surgery is quacky pseudoscience. I just think if you got an adult and a baby, you drown the adult because the adult should volunteer, so to speak. What you don't realize, Sky Gear, is that I totally messed up the throw, but it skipped off the water and hit him in the head anyway, accidentally, in keeping with ENTP luck. Well, if I knew the baby was going to be a serial killer, then I'd have foreknowledge about the future, and I'd have to reevaluate my whole worldview. It would take me a long time to believe, take me a very, very long time to believe that I do in fact know that the baby is going to be a serial killer. I'm not sure how one would be able to convince me of that. No, because it was water that was from just down from a nuclear power plant, which means it was very heavy water, which had a much higher viscosity, which allowed the rock to skip off it at a higher angle. Plus, it was a perfect flat rock with a very sharp edge. This is sort of game two NE users could play with each other indefinitely, which is yeah, but basically. Okay, I'll concede what you just said, but this is a different thing about it that you didn't know. Sticks and hammer, sticks hexen hammer 666. I've never heard of sticks hexen hammer 666. No. It's heavy water downstream from the nuclear power plant, but it's actually deradiated. Heavy but deradiated. I don't have anything on the schedule for today except a lot of sleep, I think. I was gonna. What was I gonna do? I was gonna check my calendar. Let me check my calendar. I was gonna sleep. I expected to fall asleep by now already, but I don't know. Michelle shocked made me mad. Oh, I'm in a radiation suit too, by the way. No, well, that's why I just float downstream. Because my radiation suit has air in it, so it makes it easy to float downstream. Meanwhile, I've used a lasso to lasso my family and drag them into the river with me. The uproarious superstition of the masturbators. What's it about? Is it anti-mask, pro-mask, what? Yeah, that's why you need to get a water softener. Good point, Boba Fett. Good point. The thing is, those kind of conditionals, like, if you could travel back in time and kill baby Hitler, would you? Well, if you travel back in time, presumably you travel back to a time before which it was possible to know that Hitler would become Hitler. So you would lose the capacity to know why you were there to kill him because you had. I do faint from overheating. That's true. But then my radiation suit's auto air conditioning kicks in and it brings me back out of my fainting. And I'm relieved to see that my family, which I've lassoed from the shore into the river, is all safe and sound around me. Um, well, there's also the after effects, Rain, which I agree that if, in fact, you were to go back and change the past, you'd alter reality such that you'd likely not even be born. But it's also the case, I'm saying, the thing that people don't normally account for is if you travel back to a time before something happened, then it hadn't occurred yet, and there's no possible way you could have known it. But you see what I'm saying? You'd lose the capacity to know what hasn't happened yet once you traveled back before it. It's not conceivable to know something that hasn't happened yet. So it's like if one imagines time travel, one would have to imagine that the information preservation quality of particles and quantum interactions can be reversed. But once it's reversed, all impacts of those events are eliminated. That includes your own remembrance of them. So it's like it's possible to travel back in time, but not without getting younger. So you wouldn't be able to travel back in time as an adult to another area, to another era. You travel back in time and you would cease to exist prior to your birthday. Doesn't that make a lot more sense as a time travel notion? Because you'd have to reel back all of time. You can't move you. You have to move time. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like I want to yeah, but I'm saying that conceit doesn't make any sense. If you travel back in time, the reality is you're not time doesn't stay the same and you move. Time applies to everybody equally, right? So if I'm traveling back in time, I'm rewinding time for everything. Now, if we could time travel in the fun way, like you're talking about, I would like to do that. That'd be fun. And people would go, well, what about the butterfly effect and stuff? I'd say, I'll take my chances. Right, I agree, Rain. It's irrelevant for two reasons. One way or the other, even if you could travel your adult body back in time somehow, it doesn't change the fact that the information that you're acting upon won't be realized yet. So it's like when you travel back to that time period before World War II, the information you knew in the future now for you in that place and time hasn't happened yet, so you can't possibly know it. Who are you saying is smug? That 666 guy? Um, a lot of smug people in the world. I can certainly be accused of being smug sometimes. Uh, Trying to be more or less adversarial in general with people. But I don't know. Am I smug? How smug am I on a scale of 1 to 10 in general? How much off-putting smuggery do I put out? I'm curious. It's like I don't like making those FE mistakes, but it's like when I get irritated, I keep defaulting back to making assertions that people find off-putting. Usually assertions about myself or something. Either idea is based on wild assumptions. Well, I mean, mine is based on less wild assumptions. That, in fact, information like energy doesn't get destroyed, but that you'd have to rewind all the quantum processes. I mean, there is an acknowledgement that among scientific community that information is preserved. So in that regard, presumably if one could get a handle on that information and a mechanism by which one could rewind it, then you could rewind time because at least the record of it is still there. I agree that it's more fun to have the fun time travel way. I totally got the shit kicked out of me yesterday when I was talking to someone about environmental issues, and they very kindly reminded me that you eat meat, but in the most compassionate way. Oh, that's the worst kind of ass kicking, the gentle kind. Just eating meat doesn't mean you don't care about the environment, and you can have specific environmental concerns while leaving other environmental concerns unaddressed. You don't have to be consistently environmentally friendly to prioritize environmentally friendliness in general and try to improve in that area. So sounds to me like her critique was a little bit unfair. And the other thing is, you can certainly make the claim that eating meat is environmentally damaging, but I mean, it's only certain kinds of environmental damage and certain kinds of meat that lead to that environmental damage, and a lot of times there are other impacts that may be even positive, and it's a little bit more tricky to evaluate than you think. Well, no, but you're ignoring what I'm saying. I gave a warrant, which is that information is preserved, not destroyed, and therefore presumably could be rewound. Right? I'm a smuggy smuggertons. I'm a smuggy smuggertons on a smoggy day. That's a good answer, Horseman Where I appreciate it. Very specific. My point is that Eric's read that one. They're torturing livestock with invasive methane and CO2 absorbers as an experiment. I mean, they're sticking things up their butt. I'd like a monocle. Monocle would be good. So, Lauren Cuthbert, it sounds like you're going on dates. You're exploring possible people and how they interact with you and what you like, what you don't like. What are some things you've learned? Things you don't like, things you do like. Do I know the assembly programming language? No. Sorry to say I do not. I'm not a big traveling fan either, but sometimes you gotta do a little traveling. You like being challenged. So you want to go on a date with somebody who goes, "Why are you wearing that? What was you thinking? What were you thinking when you put that on? Explain it to me. Justify it." Like that. And you go, "Ooh, I like that. That's manly." That's good to know. Types and different concepts and philosophies. I'll keep it in mind. I mean, I got a lot of video concepts in mind, but now that I'm trying to make things that are more polished, I do fewer ideas, you know? So ideally, at the end of the meal, you two are holding hands across the table, jumping up and down in excitement. Yes, let's go! Like that. Is that how the ideal Lauren Cuthbert date ends? You don't like talking therapy? I mean, you don't want them to complain about their problems or what? So what does conservation imply rewindability? Well, it just means that but it can be moved, right? Time implies rewindability because it's specifically measuring the units of duration. The only thing that's rewindable is something that has duration. Energy doesn't have duration per se, although, transferences of it may, or uses of it may. It's fun to talk to someone for hours and hours and feel comfortable. So do you do more of the talking or the listening, Lauren? You have to remind yourself to listen, ask questions, do blah, 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 blah. Well, what if I'm rewinding a VHS tape? Would you say I'm going through a series of transformations that yield the initial result again? Or that I'm rewinding? And if you'd say that's different, what's the difference? Well, there's a general consensus that meat farming is bad for the environment. Now, this is a consensus about which there ought to be much less consensus than there is. It's actually a rather complicated equation on a lot of grounds. If you are talking about eliminating those meat farms, you're talking about presumably replacing them with something else. So there's an initial massive carbon imprint from the transition, right? And who knows how many years it'll take to pay that off. Additionally, other farming mechanisms also produce a lot of carbon, and there was a question on your stance on abortion left in a comment. All right, well, I have a very simple stance on it. So Um, okay, I'll explain this. The ontological proof, Rain, is simply this, that something has to be observed by something or someone in order to exist. That observation precedes existence. So, since Plan B eliminates a potential pregnancy, it doesn't eliminate a pregnancy. Now, note, the pro-choice people like to use the term potential person. It's correctly used with Plan B. And the reason is because there's been no observational confirmation of the thing's existence, it does not yet exist. And as a consequence, when you use Plan B, it turns out logically that every time you used it, you weren't pregnant in the first place. So that's just how it is. It's like that's what we can know and observe. And we can't know and observe anything else. So that's the only truth that matters. Yeah, exactly. At the time of Plan B, it's still in quantum superposition. It's neither real nor unreal. We can backwardsly deduce that it had been conceived after it gets big enough or active enough for us to observe it in some capacity. But until whatever's inside the woman is observed, it doesn't exist. Now, that doesn't mean that something has to be continually observed to continue to exist. It has to be observed once to instantiate. Instantiation is a precondition to existentiality. Well, okay, so Rain, the thing is this. What about a woman who's unaware she's pregnant up to 5 months? It's logically conceivable. Could she undergo an abortion procedure by poisoning her womb? Well, if she were unaware she were pregnant, then she wouldn't be poisoning her baby. She'd just accidentally have eaten and consumed something that killed a fetus she was unaware of. Now, the thing is this. Could she get an abortion at any point? No, because once the doctor confirms that there's something to abort, he's observed it, and then it exists. It's a great joke by Stephen Wright. When I was a fetus, I used to sneak out at night when my mom was sleeping. I figured I should start stealing stuff while I still had no fingerprints. No, a suspicion that something might be is not at all the same as an observation that it is. Very, very different things. In other words, I might be suspicious that if I don't lock the door today, I'll get robbed. So I lock the door. Was I actually going to get robbed or not? We don't know because it dissuaded whatever attempted robbery might have occurred. Same thing is equivalent with Plan B. because the observation of the thing hasn't happened yet, and it's preventing something that's not definitive. No, there is an observation. As soon as the thing goes to get aborted, the doctor observes it in ultrasound, and thereby it exists. I did point out that if the woman accidentally got food poisoning and killed the fetus inside of her, wasn't aware it was there, then that's just a miscarriage. When I was little, they scared the stories of women using clothes hangers to abort children. Abortion's at its lowest level since the 70s. It's only poor women without resources who get hurt, and they're completely blameless unborn children. Well, then how does she abort? Like I said, she either aborts intentionally because she knows she's pregnant, in which case it's been observed, or she aborts unintentionally, in which case it's just a miscarriage. If she's intentionally aborting it, it means she's observed it and is aware it's there. If it's an accidental abortion, then it's a miscarriage. Forget 9th month, let's say 5th. It's more reasonable. No. Very different. Because, of course, let's say this, Rain. She had sex when she was pregnant at 9 months, didn't use contraception, and then used Plan B, and that Plan B killed the fetus. Again, it would actually be a miscarriage because she didn't intentionally abort. Okay? If she's only suspecting she might be pregnant in 9 months, that's different than suspecting that unprotected sex might result in a pregnancy. So, at that point, she has reason to believe she's pregnant, or she wouldn't be poisoning her womb. She has ample reason to believe she's pregnant because she's 9 months pregnant and hasn't had a period in 9 months. And your hypothetical stretches all credulity. I'm scrolling back up. What am I looking for, Winston's mom? But the past and future aren't valid containers of information. They don't contain anything because they don't exist in reality. They only exist functionally as concepts, so we can talk about them. Well, I mean, it's true that people retain symbolic, low-resolution memories and impressions of the past, but they also retain high-resolution impressions and memories of the past, so much so that like an SI DOM can functionally relive a past experience. To say that reliving it in this moment makes it, is reliving something that's not, it makes it somehow not real. I'm not sure why that's exactly the case. The future is real in the sense that we can anticipate by a conditionality how things might play out. In other words, we can't even begin to speak or be human beings without acknowledging the legitimacy of both the future and the past, because to be a human being is to be an entity that persists across time. I mean, I think in general, it's been pretty well established for us, Mumblr, that meat farming, by and large, is not good for the environment. The problem I have is that with Lauren's approach to it is that she's specifically focusing on the greenhouse gas release. That's not the part that's really bad for the environment because, as I mentioned before, notions that we should try to limit the amount of carbon we release are insane because all of human endeavor produces carbon. And I'm not suggesting we don't deal with pollution. I'm just talking about carbon. Obviously, the solution lies in sequestration in some response after the carbon's been released, not in trying to get people to do less stuff and have less human activity, which is going to produce less carbon. Remember, just walking around the world, every human being produces carbon dioxide. There are a number of adaptive mechanisms that could be employed that would help sequester carbon in natural ways by promoting algae blooms in the southern Antarctic Sea, by promoting kelp forests in the major oceans and stuff. Those sequester a shit ton of carbon because after they die, they drop to the bottom of the ocean floor. So the other thing is we need to be realistic. We're not going to stop global warming if in fact the curve on carbon and warming is linear. That is to say, it doesn't start producing diminishing returns in terms of increased heat per carbon, which I've never heard anybody make any firm claims about what that curve is. I don't think anybody really knows, and it seems to me like the critical question. But people proceed forward in dumb ways without knowing what they need to know first. The thing is, regardless of the curve on carbon, we aren't going to stop it if we put a great deal of effort into unilaterally mitigating it. We're going to put ourselves at a disadvantage in terms of manufacturing and stuff. And all those holes in the market will simply be filled by nations who produce the same things in a more dirty fashion. So it's not going to help the environment for the U.S. to unilaterally start cutting emissions because that means they're going to be cutting productivity, and that productivity slack will be picked up by nations who produce things more dirtily. And see, that's the kind of thinking that people need to do. They can't just say, global warming bad, caused by carbon, let's stop emitting carbon. That's preschool thinking. It's absolutely preschool level thinking, and it's completely unacceptable. The fact is, we have to evaluate what's the proper kind of response to this kind of problem, first and foremost. And the answer is not to mitigate, because, of course, what we know is that efforts to limit carbon by advanced Western democracies produce more carbon in the atmosphere as dirty producing countries pick up the slack. And we also know that energy is the foundational engine of all human development and civilization, making it more expensive, trying to deny access to people to energy, and all those other things undermine the very engine of our prosperity and the very engine that allows us to solve problems. The answer to global warming is to invest not in mitigation strategies, but adaptation strategies and sequestration strategies. And also to hope for a black swan. Most of it doesn't exist yet, right? Most of the problems like this in the world that end up getting a solution end up with a solution that is a black swan of sorts. Somebody figures out something that hasn't been thought of yet. Nobody's presented any ideas about it, and it turns out to solve the problem completely and render all our other half-assed solutions moot. So we need to allow for that possibility as well. Comes from the other side. Climate change forces technology advancement. It's a motivator that will push us further. If we're smart, Gen Xio. So climate change forces technology advancement. Where do we want that technology advancement to go? If we direct those resources and energies into producing green energy, which makes energy more expensive and is questionably green most of the time. I'm excluding nuclear from this. I think it's a good idea to build nuclear plants, but the new nuclear plants are quite clean. So the thing to note here is the technology advancement that it should push is not mitigation techniques, not let's make our fuck up less bad, but rather sequestration techniques. Let's solve the problem after it's out of the factories. So, Gen Xio, here you go. What's the cheapest way to deal with global warming in the status quo that actually is going to work? Because remember, Gen Xio, as we move towards green energy, we give up sections of the market that then get seized by cheaper producing, dirtier producing industries in other countries. Recapturing that market requires lower prices, but with energy more expensive, that's not going to happen. Once you get locked out of a market for such time, you're no longer a competing factor in that market. So you've got to understand, if you want to be realistic, that no matter how desperately you would love to see the US reduce carbon, it would produce a dirtier world. And so we reject that notion. Now, we have easy, simple, cheap ways to sequester carbon right now, including iron seeding the Antarctic Ocean, and even breeding and releasing a shit ton of sea otters, which eat sea anemones, which eat kelp, to promote kelp blooms. So the point is this. When we talk about climate change, we have to be honest, and we have to I'm not opposing anybody developing green energy technology, okay? I'm not opposing that. I think lots of energy streams are a good thing. However, we shouldn't lie to ourselves. What has the least environmental impact and the most bang for its buck, and what form of energy should we be building? New nuclear power plants. That's the simple fact of the matter. Anybody who's looked into it in full recognizes that the environmental harms of wind, solar, hydroelectric vastly outweigh the environmental harms of nuclear. So there's that, right? Nuclear doesn't produce carbon, and it doesn't require nearly the carbon investment to shift over to green energy that the other forms of green energy do. Remember, every time you decide to shift to carbon, to a less carbon using technology, it takes a shit ton of carbon to do that. So this is called actual analysis, real analysis of how things really work. So would I be in favor of building more nuclear power plants in order to reduce carbon? Yes. Why? Because that wouldn't drive up the price of energy, and it wouldn't put limits on capacity of manufacturing plants. I mean, KE, I don't afford any of those smart people who are working on any benefit of the doubt at all. It has been true for the last decade at least that the only correct choice environmentally for energy production is nuclear. And yet you never hear anybody arguing it. You don't hear any of the experts arguing it. You hear a bunch of people who've got a vested interest in solar panels arguing how important solar panels are because it's the most small business friendly of the technologies. But let's not lie to ourselves. Okay, but the point is this. We need to be arguing this from a specific frame of reference. How can we help in some way without increasing energy costs or limiting the capacity of our manufacturers to do their job? Okay? If you're not beginning the question with that, then you are choosing to make a dirtier world for the reasons I already articulated. Okay? So assuming that some smart person other than you is going to solve the problem is incorrect. KE, I'm that smart person. I'm the smart person who's on top of it and who's actually analyzing shit correctly. I'm the smart person. The fact that I'm on the internet is completely fucking irrelevant. The fact that they have degrees or something is completely fucking irrelevant. I know more about it than they do, I guarantee you. That's not smug, that's indignant. If you want to make me indignant, tell me that, listen, Eric, you're just an internet guy. We should trust the experts. That's going to make me indignant because experts have failed us continually for years and years and years in all sorts of ways. Expertise often leads to some of the most catastrophically bad decisions in the history of the world. Look how much faith people put in the expertise of the World Health Organization. You know? The CDC. Well, they were all completely fucking wrong. And I was right from the beginning. They're the experts. I'm just somebody who thinks well. Yeah, I think it's okay to censor people for expression. The bottom line is, in an environment like this, I want people's expression to be meaningfully engaging in conversations with people. I don't want somebody to come in here and simply make claims they know I disagree with to kick the anthill. That I don't like. If somebody's not interested in treating me like a real human being, that is to say, have a real conversation with me, then I have no problem banning them or whatever. I don't typically tolerate any hate speech. I'll eliminate that just because it's not civil discourse. I have a broader range of acceptability around here than most people do. So there's a lot of sauciness that I think is perfectly fine and part of a healthy exchange of ideas. But when people get all up in their feelings and aren't interested in hearing, but just in accusing people of being like having bad motivations and stuff like that. The experts said that killing 50,000 elephants in South Africa would slow desertification. Instead, that sped it up. But we all enjoyed elephant steaks for a full year. Like a sine wave, that chart of previous ice ages and warming, how to explain? I mean, my point, how do I explain the previous ice ages and warming? I mean, I think that warming began about 10,000 years ago as a result of agriculture. And it's obviously gotten more intensified as we've gotten along. A number of scientists say that early examples of human terraforming basically caused an ice age to turn into the little ice age instead because of the warming impacts. So, human impact on the climate has been happening for a long, long time. Granted, once the Industrial Revolution occurred and we had a lot of burning of fossil fuels, that the the mechanisms of that warming increase dramatically. So there's no doubt that global warming is anthropomorphic, that it's maximally realized in the post-industrial society, and that it began having impacts on the Earth's climate as long as 10,000 years ago. All those three things are pretty well established. And the reason farming begins having an impact on the climate, of course, is because you've got now domesticated animals, you've got this whole organization of labor to cut down food. You've got cities and stuff. Well, there are a couple different explanations for why the Little Ice Age was a little ice age and not a big ice age. If you look at it goes in patterns, you know. So, Jaxie, I'll certainly agree with you that there are scientists who argue that. Hi, Maxi. Regardless, even if you don't attribute any of those things to the impact on climate that the introduction of agriculture had, there is no disputing the fact that the introduction of agriculture began an impact on climate that proceeded forward into the current day. Janexiel may not feel as though that impact of climate is relevant, but it's relevant because it reminds us that this is human endeavor, okay? We don't stop human endeavor because it makes too much waste. We figure out how to deal with the waste better. And that's just basic common sense. What about in a larger context? What do you think about people being sort of shamed for their political opinions? For example, big tech censorship. Do you think it's biased against conservatives? Well, I think a series of unfortunate instances and timings made it such that regarding COVID, dissenting voices were really strongly suppressed and actively suppressed. And I can't really think of a particularly good corollary to this from before. This is kind of a new phenomenon. The reason for it, though, is because I don't normally like to talk about the right and the left, but I will say this. The thing about conservatives is they made a big mistake. They took an approach that said, presumably some smart people at the top of the party said, look, about things that are important, we're correct. But people don't vote on those things. So let's pander to the things they vote for. And let's not worry about the truth, and let's not worry about whether we're spreading misinformation or framing things in a dishonest way. Let's just sell the people what they want, and then when we get in office, we can try to help keep things rational. Because, you know, the fact is, the left does not take a rational approach to government. Fundamentally, activist government is a fundamentally irrational approach to governance. And Trump does not equal the typical U.S. conservative at all. He may equal a certain subset of a typical Republican base, but he doesn't represent a candidate in any meaningful sense. Because Good U.S. conservatives are those advocating in favor of prudence, economic caution, uh, reducing the economic drag on the economy of the government, and so forth, right? But instead, they adopted all these wedge issues to win elections. In other words, they forsook their ideological advantage in favor of an ideological disadvantage that they thought was going to be a practical advantage. Well, in the end, it turned all the intelligent people in the country against the Republicans because there seemed to be lost in an echo chamber of Fox News bullshit, right? So, no, I'm not. We're talking a straw man. I'm making a very clear claim that we shouldn't unilaterally limit emissions productions. We shouldn't unilaterally limit emissions. And I gave you a very good warrant for that. That's utilitarian, and I have also warrants for non-utilitarian reasons, but I didn't get into those. So the thing is, a real conservative agenda is one that says we are humble. We recognize the limited capacity of the group to decide things for the individual. And we respect the responsibility of those governing in the name of the group to uphold that basic value. That should be a precondition to anybody ever getting elected to any office in the United States. Right? That should be a basic precondition of anybody ever being elected in the United States. That fundamentally, their job, representing the group, governing as a member of the group, is to enable the individuals to engage in free, autonomous, and civil life, not to help them make good decisions or other things like that. Well, in regard to the experts thing, Skygear, that was specifically in response to the notion that green energy like solar panels are going to be, that smart people are working on those, and those are going to solve our problem. My position is that, in fact, if we wanted to solve the problem, we don't need any further discussion, that nuclear power is the answer. So the problem is in America is the same problem I've been highlighting for a long time. It's that everybody seems to be much more interested in blaming the other guys than in figuring out how to do things properly. Oh, right, KE, and that's exactly the sort of thing I support. I absolutely support smart people working on carbon sequestration technologies. In the status quo, the sort of technological way to do it that doesn't involve in any natural processes, like iron seeding involves algae blooms, which means the plants are really doing the work. Same thing with kelp plants; the plants are doing the work. Sequestration technologies are, in fact, excellent. Is where we should be directing our resources. So you are on the same page there. We should not be directing our resources to trying to eliminate carbon emissions. We should be directing them towards trying to sequester carbon better after it leaves our bodies, the cows, whatever. I mean, if you don't start with a linguistics approach, you get lost in philosophy by thinking it's something other than what it is. Philosophy is always subject to the limitations of language. Some things can be better represented by language than others. And additionally, perspectives, understandings of things, they're linked irrevocably to language. And as a consequence, if you don't understand language properly, you can't understand anything in philosophy properly, because all of philosophy is fundamentally about human experience. Even if it's trying to talk about things that are non-human and distinct from human and various things, but it's all about trying to understand the human experience. So, like one good notion to remember that from linguistics that's hugely applicable to philosophy is that when people say things, there's an implication that goes before it. If I say a statement, I have a lighter, the implication is I believe I have a lighter, or I assert I have a lighter. The reason we know that's the case is because if I were to say the sentence, I have a lighter, and put, I don't believe, then it doesn't make any sense. So in other words, anytime you make a statement, you're asserting a belief and possibly asserting that it's a belief somebody else should adopt as well. But beyond the locutionary meaning of the words, that is, say, the actual meaning of the statement, there's that illocutionary frame. And that includes the part that's implied, I believe, but it also includes the parts that are private that say why the person actually said it, what their motivations are, how genuine it's an expression of something or its purpose and stuff like that. So we have to recognize that speech acts do various things and that all philosophy is constructed in speech acts. So if we don't begin by recognizing how speech acts work in various capacities, then we're never going to get anywhere. So if I start philosophizing, but I don't get going in that there are four kinds of statements, descriptive, normative, prescriptive, and predictive, then I'm not really prepared to do any philosophy. You know? I mean, the thing is, oil's not going anywhere anytime soon. We're still going to be using plenty of oil for the foreseeable future. And, you know, it's not a bad thing. Pollution is a bad thing, but carbon dioxide release is not. It's a potential problem being solved, but it's not inherently a bad thing like pollution would be. What's going on in the Secret Service? What kind of scandal? I remember a scandal from a long time ago where some Secret Service people were sleeping with whores in Brazil. Well, I mean, the thing is, Rain, the difference between stones and oil is that stones don't provide energy. So you might say the era of wood fires didn't end because we ran out of wood. I'd point out it didn't end at all. It's a form of energy production. People still use it. People are continually needing to have energy. So, big difference. I mean, but why is the era of mainly using wood fires over? It's because there are other substances that have a higher energy to mass ratio or whatever, you know? So in other words, if you want to find something that burns better than oil, you're going to be shit out of luck. If you want to not burn things anymore to get power, well, that's fine. You're welcome to add additional power generation mechanisms. The point I'm making is remember the proper frame of reference. That half-assed stopgap solutions like solar panels on houses and individual windmills and whatever to generate power, that's what people who don't have a solution do. That's what people who haven't settled on a solution do. You know, it's like our policy regarding climate change is very much like our policy regarding COVID. Because it's not begun, the discussion hasn't begun through the right frame of reference, everything is all fucked up and random. Well, I mean, it's a stopgap solution in the sense that we currently already have the capacity to generate all the clean energy we need. It just requires us to build a bunch of nuclear power plants. And so in that regard, anything that's not that is a stopgap solution or a half-assed or a poor solution, since there's a clearly superior solution that's vastly superior to all the other solutions. Yeah, I agree. The problem with the Band-Aid theory, KE, is we already have a better one. We just don't have the political will to implement it. The better solution is nuclear power. New nuclear power plants are clean, efficient, and it's almost impossible for them to melt down. So you say we don't have much time. Of course, converting to green energy both takes time and a double investment in carbon during that process of conversion. So it's not like the amount of time to shift over to green energy is going to be time spent reducing the amount of carbon put into the atmosphere. The time after we've switched over to green energy, we're going to be at an economic disadvantage because the energy will be more expensive. And that's going to increase trade deficits and cause all sorts of other problems. Keeping in mind again, which nobody's responded to the extent that we lose market share to other nations, the things that we are producing sort of dirtily, we produce much more dirtily there. You are increasing the total amount of global carbon, not decreasing it. And I agree with you, Genexial. The recent Korean test on fusion reactor, they got to like 7 million degrees or something. Freaks me out a little bit. All right, so it takes 60 months to build a nuclear power plant, and it only takes 3 months to set up a solar farm. Keep in mind that where you put a solar farm, you take what once was land and kill everything on that land beneath those solar panels. And those solar panels might occupy acres and acres and acres of wild area. When you put up a bunch of windmills, you run the risk of redirecting weather patterns. And you're playing with unintended consequences potentially that may be worse than the desired outcomes. So the thing is, it's foolish of the United States to take the approach it takes to global warming. The approach we should take is mitigate and solve. Adapt and solve, not mitigate. And that's just basic common sense. The desert barely contains life. Well, I agree that one of the other problems with solar is that there's a lot of loss. The batteries aren't great, and I understand that's a problem. But see, why do we need to mitigate while these nuclear power plants are being built? Why? Why not direct our attention towards adapting and sequestration? Why mitigate? Because remember, as we mitigate and our manufacturing goes down accordingly, it gets picked up by more dirty producers elsewhere. So you increase the total amount of carbon, not decrease it with your mitigation efforts. I've said this like 50 times. Nobody's addressed it. Well, it's silly thinking that your green energy plan is going to make anything on time. In other words, even if we were to switch to green energy, the total population increase and the total amount of activity will guarantee that you're going to continue to see an increase in carbon going into the atmosphere. So all you'd possibly be doing is slowing down the inevitable a little bit, maybe, if your thing worked and it didn't produce the consequences that I correctly predict will occur. Well, I agree with you, Rain. Where there's a desperate need for energy and sacrifices have to be made, right? But what kind of infrastructure do you want to invest in? Sean Ryan Barron points out another couple of problems here. Upkeep is significant, and after a decade, they lose effectiveness a lot. What happens when one finds out replacement parts are super expensive in 20 years? Slow what down? Global warming? You still haven't responded to my warrant, though. Your mitigation impacts, if they're done unilaterally by the United States, are going to speed it up, not slow it down. I've said this like 5 times. Everybody just keeps ignoring it. It's like at the beginning of COVID, when I pointed out the methodology was wrong and the fatality rates were way lower than they were claiming. Everybody just ignored my warrant there. Nobody responded to it. It's like because they don't have a response, everyone just ignores it. Right. I drive past these solar things on the way down to Palm Desert, and I tell you, it's lovely country. It's beautiful. It may not be as dramatically environmentally. It may not be as visibly environmentally damaging as, say, cutting down a forest to put down solar panels, but nevertheless, it kills that land that it's on. Okay, now you're talking about unrealistic shit. You can get the Western democracies to sign some sort of accord to agree to reduce carbon emissions, but developing nations won't sign it for good reason. They're like, hey, when you were developing, you didn't have these limits, and that's what allowed you to get so prosperous. So now you're saying that you're prosperous, you're going to impose these limits that we can't afford to implement so that we can be at the same disadvantage economically as you are by the limitations. Fuck you. What do you think the BRIC nations are going to say to that? Even if they agree to it, they're going to violate it immediately. Brazil, Russia, India, China. They will fill in those manufacturing gaps 100%, and they will not do so under the terms of any sort of accord. That's just how it is. There's no reason for them to. It's, in fact, unjust to ask them to. I'm going to smoke this cigarette. I can't believe I stayed up all night. I don't know how I stayed up all night. I'm going to smoke a cigarette and I'm going to play a couple songs on the guitar. So if you don't want to hear me play the guitar, just move along, mister. I don't blame you. I get it, but sometimes I just need to play the guitar. Okay. I'll share set list, Bobette list with everybody in case anybody wants to sing and or play along. They can follow along in the document that I am playing from here. Copy link. Done. All right. So if you'd like to play or sing along with these songs, there they are. And what I expect you to hear today is a wonderful, 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 wonderful performance of glorious music. Today we're going to be singing all worship songs. Oh, great and noble Christ. We sing our praise and worship. Like that kind of song. In your love, Jesus, I am home. Something like that, you know? Just finishing from the cigarette before we start, you know. We're headed into a new era of economic regionalization. There's no reason any longer for Bretton Woods. It never really helps us to begin with if we can't afford it anymore. What's Bretton Woods? I don't know what Bretton Woods is. You want to play simple songs, you only need 3 chords, 3 words and 4 chords. Well, I could play a song that only needs 3 words and 4 chords. That's, I don't think I know any such songs, but I'll try to come up with them right now. Okay, here's 3 words and 4 chords. I like you. Yes, I like you. I like you. I like you. I like you. Isn't that a friendly song? Called the I Like You song, Scott. Actually, I had more than 4 chords, but yeah, I put a 5th chord in there. But it does have only 3 words. Okay, now we're going to go on to set list Bobette list. I'm just going to go straight down the set list Bobette list from the top to the bottom. Play the songs in that order, and hope for the best. Hope I don't fail miserably. I usually do, but not always. I think I better bring this a little closer. But I also think I better turn this down a little bit. And then we'll be rocking, rolling, and way out of controlling, which is pretty good, if you can do all those things. So I'll bring this over here, make this small like this, so I can see both me and the chat and the songs all at the same time. And make this a little narrow. Yeah. Okay, can I make this go over there more? Yeah. And then, no, not all the way. God. And move it like this a little bit. Like now, there we go. Here we go. First song is called The Fire Song. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving on this mountain fire. Let's start over. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving on this mountain fire. So Grant and Lana had best be going. They had cut it down to the wire. Everywhere apocalypse hung heavy as the truck was piling with ash. Lana got the dogs in the Chevy, and Grant counted out their petty cash. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky as the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted. Lana stays awake to cry. 120 out, but Labor Day, and that means cooking meat outdoors. Cooking meat outdoors. Distracted and fire got away. From Bradford to Arcadia, they curse his name. Fire chased them west and down the incline until they reached the foothills below. They found a room cheap for the night online. At least now they had someplace to go. Tomorrow they'd evaluate their options now that their life had burned away. Lana's place in Laughlin wasn't any really more to say. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. And the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted. Lana stays awake to cry. Yeah, the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted. Lana stays awake to cry. All right. Praise and worship, everybody. Praise and worship. That's what we're doing tonight. Next one is Sammy Has a Story. Second song on the setlist Boet list. Sammy has a story that need be told. This is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb, turned 19, 4 years in, 3 kids weaned, weary now and questioning the path. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. What once had seemed to set him free became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression. Offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked about the kids. Lock 'em up with extra Dexedrine. Mathematics to ensure success, or impose more unjust duress. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression by parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, they feed upon the futures of the young. That went pretty okay. As okay things go. If you like okay things, you're going to love Eric. He's pretty okay. Thanks, Winston's mom. 30,000 days. Too many expectations. Not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication. Otherwise, you won't escape the plan. I wasted half my days trying on others' ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think doing it wrong. I want direction and have all along. Wait until I know, or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to know, is it so below my station? I'm tired of doing it wrong. I've wasted half my days trying on others' ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. I think I'm doing this wrong. Doing this wrong. I played that pretty well until the very last chord. Next is Matter of Mood. I don't have the chords or lyrics up there, but when I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll want to know the way to get back at to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost in two. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Ba-da-da, ba-dee-da-dee-da, ba-ba-dee-da, da-da-doo. Ba-ba-dee-da, da-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-dee-da, da-da-doo. That played nice. That played nice, like a slice, nice spice. Too much noise in the data stream. Here we go. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made until it seems everybody's throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking changing factless to listless. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do. He'd dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut. So where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. Pretty clean rendition of that, if I do say so myself. Pretty clean. These are my songs. These are written songs. They're not impromptu. I do impromptu songs as well, but these ones were written. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present, disciples all idly eyeing the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. The one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook, but being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. Though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Yeah, maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. It's a waltz. Don't do a lot of waltzes, but there's one for you. What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan, who's a sensible man? Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay her bill? Or rather like Jack, too stuck on the facts? What's the matter with Sue? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? wishy show ingenuity. It talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Bryn? She's been living in sin. She's been hanging with Jim, who's looking terribly thin. What's the deal with Frank? Fish from a tank. He's colluding with you, and they're talking to Lou. What's wrong with the ladies? What's the matter with men? From the feelings of Katie to the coldness of Sven. They talked about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days. Still spell out the overwatered past. And whoever's left that's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry at Ken or at Neville again? Don't bother with Kev, he's practically dead. Just focus on Bert, he's medium hurt. What's the quantity for Liz? Did she fail a quiz? What's the deal with Drew? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days. Paths that lead to lesser. Spill still at the over. Spill still at the over. And whoever's left that's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. 'Cause each of us has much and gravely sinned. Throw up the hands. Stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Time's gone will never be again. I got a lot of different songs. I have a wide range. For example, this next song here, New Jack. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches an end when the road disappears. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel filled up with bones, and that satchel of nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 different kind of song. Amelia, go from that place, take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the pace you're in? They're inside along with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free. With too much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure. No matter what we do, Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when you look at them then? They've been sidewalking the side you're in, sidelong with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free. With too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. You know what, New Jack? That is such a wonderful thing for you to say to me. I greatly, greatly appreciate that. When you say the melodies seem lofty and pleasing, I don't think I could think of a better thing you could say to me that make me happier than that. Thank you for saying that. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? It seems so sure you're not appropriate, claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have louds invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate, claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. done with him. Be done with him. Here's a wordy song, but it's got great lyrics if I do say so myself. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. You imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics. You're hunting buffalo, picking red delicious, and the knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin, lamenting disconnections and every corporate act, asserting all your feelings, ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time but now, and your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did comfort, 'cause life was nasty, solitary, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. Oh, really? That's cool, New Jack. That's actually, you get like 50 cool points right off the bat coming in here. You got a good assessment of my music. I like to think it's most successful in trying to be melodically intuitive, distinct, pleasing. And you watched my Michelle Schuck video. Do you agree with my position on her? She's a real piece of work, that woman. Let me tell you. She needs someone, namely put up someplace, namely her ass. No good comes from skating on with them whom you've mistaken for the one. Habituated defense and indecency, self-inflicted eventually once your search is done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pull that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words as wrong as they were dumb. I've earned my share of shame. Because it's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to reset their life and all. You can trust me, I can trust you, though neither trust ourselves much true. The love lies deep between you and me. At least about that we can both agree. In the car last night, we had a massive fight. each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed, you're a worthless cunt. My word as wrong as they were dumb. I've earned my share of shame. My share of shame. You know what? I was a big fan of her music too, New Jack, back in the day. I think that album that she recorded on the Walkman is pretty goddamn brilliant, frankly. I don't think the things she followed up with were quite as real or good. I don't think she really found her voice as an artist particularly over time, but you know, a bit belligerent. Yeah, she really hates me because I tried to point people to where they could find her music online, you know, and of course that's perfectly reasonable thing to do. I'm not violating her copyright at all. I did accidentally snippet a bit of one of her songs in a video about that video. We're trying to show people where it is, but clearly not a willful copyright violation. Quite to the contrary, a recognition of the fact that you can't get it on a lot of places. So let's see where you can get it. You know, it's ridiculous. The other thing I'd point out is, yeah, I respect her music. I respect her as an artist, but not that much. I mean, I've written way more songs than she has, and I'd like to think I've written a lot of songs that are better than her best song. Now, you might not agree. It's so much a matter of production as well as of the actual songwriting. But you know, for somebody like me who has been playing music for decades and, you know, would love to make some money off of it, but you know, I guess basically fundamentally has the right attitude towards it, which is it's music, for God's sakes. It's not like a physical product. It's different. And it just seems so antisocial to try to deny people music they like to listen to. So compellingly antisocial, especially when nobody's asking her not to profit off of it. You know, she could have seized all the profits from that video instead of copyright striking me. So it's just like she's just being spiteful, you know. All right, let's see. I'm going to make this a little bit taller, a little bit meower down here. This needs to be, I'm going to have to change the meow on this to 75%. Now F11. No, not like that kind of full screen. Delay. Like that. Okay, here we go. Now I'm going to play this song, which I actually think is probably, I get maybe among the most positive feedback for this song. It's my newest song I've written, actually. But just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the cheery ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun, but flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but Heavy new realities are breaking every day, and for a bit I am out of it. For reasons still unsaid, but still I need get out of me what's inside my head. It seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I seek the civil ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale? Our capacity to laugh? The sense to know when not to wail, and how to tip the golden calf. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities are bearing every day, and for a bit I am out of it. For reasons still unsaid, but still I need get out of me what's inside my head. And so I'm sad, so sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Still I'm sad, so sad for me, sad for her unhappily, unhappily. You call sorrow, I call home. Blues that stick clear down to the bone. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze, a friendly guide to you and me. Yes, he'd like to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till you see him again. He's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's the international delight, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him, but he is also busy like Beaver Bee, busiest creature, busy as the bee, and busy as the beaver, and so much busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. I'm missing a chord somewhere in there. Oh well, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba doo bop 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 ba doo da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba doo bop 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 ba doo. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba bop 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 ba doo da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, bop doo bop 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 ba da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, friendly guide to you and me. Yes, he wants to be your friend, 'cause he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till you see him again. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's the international delight, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him, but he is also busy like his friend. Beaver Bee, the busiest beaver, busy as the bee and busy as the beaver, and so much busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. Yeah, it's got the E in there. That's where I fucked up the first time. I'm learning that song right now. It's not memorized per se. And now I'm going to play a cover before I go. Remember, the cover may be racist. That doesn't mean I am. Well, some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and I kicking cans, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lives to gain. So you might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they give, and I'm proud and wild and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a small bound boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, cause that's the kind of souls that depend my playing. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and wild and I got a song to sing. I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Fun, huh? Fun song. Fun as fun can be. Oh, we need to know. Oh, we need to see. Oh, we need to pen. A logic to life we divisively unlike, and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into win heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits, hoping Judy will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. Judy always thought that she should have got to when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about should and ought, although she ought recall she'll die. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into win heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Boom! Boom, motherfuckers. Boom. Not you guys. Not you. I'm not talking to you like that. I wouldn't use that kind of bad language with you. You come outside. Your arms are folded. I'm getting scolded for playing again. I wanna be as much as I can in terms of a man you want me to be. You wanna do what I gotta do. I'll include you in everything that I can. 'Cause I'm your man and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. Want your belief? You want my attention? I've got invention going again. Wanna be as much as I can in terms of the man you want me to be. But Kimberly, please don't be mad at me. Though I made this song, 'cause I'm your man and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. I'm your man and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. I didn't play that very well. It's been a long time since I played it. Since it was a lie. I broke up with that girl. El Nino, my ass. You call those storms. Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count. I drizzle more when I pee in the sink. And it's just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. A lot of guitar. Carl's had enough. He's had enough of the ID. It's a good rhythm. All right, that's enough. I'm done. Good night, everybody. Goodbye. See you later. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. If you do, remember to eat twice as much next time. And play the ESFP song. I'm the greatest. Okay. I'll play it. I can't play it on the guitar, but I'll put it on the piano. I'd just been sad, I gave up long ago. Was sometimes sad, but bad was all I'd ever known. Since sad was all I'd been, I'd only mope and pout until I met a man named Ken who showed me how to whisper shout. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best, I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'd just been sad, I gave up long ago. Was sometimes mad, but bad was all I'd ever known. Since sad was all I'd been, I'd only mope and pout until I met a man named Ken who showed me how to whisper shout. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich. I've just been sad, I gave up long. There's also a 10-minute version of this just... I think it didn't, I'm rich. It didn't have my vocals in it at all. It just has this. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. Just repeats that for 10 minutes with the background thing coming in periodically. I'm the greatest. Right. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. About to come in. This is the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. I like the background thing in this song. Where I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. So anyway, if you really want to drive yourself crazy, you can listen to that 10-minute long repetition. Are you talking to me? You're welcome to rip and use my shit randomly. You're not going to get me copywriting you. I don't care. Anybody's welcome to, cut sections of my videos, analyze them, use my music for stuff. The only exception to that is Queen's Gambit can't use any of my music. Specifically, you can't use my Typology song. But he pissed me off, so he doesn't get to use anything. Everybody else can use whatever. I don't care. I am the opposite of Michelle Shocked. It Remains of 9 Inch Nails song every day is exactly the same. But the Cheese Police? I don't have a Cheese Police song. The thing is, the thing I would object to in theory is if somebody were to present a song I wrote as a song they wrote. So in other words, if they were to just rip off one of my songs and say, I wrote this song, that would bother me, which that was a truly wise man. I'm going to win, I think. I win. Yeah, everybody's welcome to use my shit for whatever. There's obviously an unacceptable way to use someone's shit, and that is to just copy their shit, present it as your own on a monetized site or something like that. That's not okay, but almost nobody tries to do that. Everybody wants to incorporate bits of songs into their own videos or something. My music is all YouTube safe. If anybody wants to use any of my music in any YouTube video, I will probably receive a notification that somebody used it, but I will neither claim the revenue nor I just say that's okay, that's fine. It's another channel coach, Ricciocco Para. I don't know who Ricciocco Para is. Another channel coach, I guess. What do you mean by a channel coach? Like he coaches people on how to run a YouTube channel or what? And is he policing cheese? Well, what did he type me? He's not using my song. It's fine. Really? But in text. I mean, he's not going to get very far being a bad typologist. So, I don't know. Let him do what he's going to do. I don't worry about it. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, I guess. You made that bad, Jim J. So, if anybody's entitled to be mad about him co-opting it, it's you, not me. Maybe I'll TP him. I should do some TPs today. I should do 2 TPs I got in mind to do. Be a good idea. There's an INTJ with lots of hate in the body. I mean, people who comment and try to type me as something other than ENTP, I would guess almost none of them are genuinely confused about my type or genuinely believe that I'm a different type. They just hate me. You know, a certain amount of people just absolutely hate me. And that just kind of goes with the FE was too strong in songs. Yeah, well, you know, sometimes the night gets away from you. You know, I mean, people like this guy. He probably thinks, okay, this is a good way to get to launch a campaign here. I'm gonna try to shoot down somebody who's kind of controlling the narrative a bit somehow. And of course, you know, he can't possibly make any headway because there's just this avalanche of difficult barriers to cross to convince anybody that I'm an ESFJ. I'm obviously an ENTP. You're an ex-smoker? I'm a current smoker. Which reminds me, we definitely need to go to the lead store, but there's a rip or two in here. He's dying for my attention. Well, maybe I'll give it to him. Yeah, some people are just determined to negate the proper approach. So it's like there's that ESFP guy came back the other day and he said, I got typed by 5 people at Benjamin's channel and they all typed me ESTP. And I said, well, you know, we can verify that. Did you want me to give you the TI test? And he said, you already gave it to me. I failed it. Said, well, you're not an ESTP then, you know? KE, not when it comes to mistyping me. Okay? Not when it comes to mistyping me. People who come in and make videos asserting that I'm some type other than an ENTP are definitely motivated by hate. I've always elicited rather strong reaction from people, and ever since I was a little kid, there was a subpopulation of people who simply hated me, and I wasn't sure why. They saw me and they hate everything. Everything that I I mean, the thing is, you have to disagree in full with my notion of TI. The problem is this. It is the case that the person got none of the deductive reasoning problems right, that he indicated a failure to understand even what they were asking at times, right? So the thing is, if you want to, and then the typical answer is, well, I don't think that correlates with TI. Well, it correlates with something. If it's not TI, what is it? You know? And they don't really have any answer to that. Why is it that all the other ESTPs I test well on this part? You don't know me. There's difference between ESTPs and it's like, fine, dude. You want to be the world's stupidest ESTP? Go ahead. Yeah, and I get that. I get pursuing controversy. I don't reject that strategy. Some of them are pursuing controversy. The thing is, it's kind of short-sighted because if they're wanting to make a typology channel ultimately, and they're going for controversy, well, they're going for the wrong controversy because they haven't selected something wrong to critique and prove themselves correct about. They've chosen something wrong to say, and that's not going to withstand muster. What are my views about shamaniac medicine retreats? Shamanic medicine retreats. I mean, I'm curious as to why you have to retreat to take shamanic medicine. Can't you just take it at your own house? I have those kind of retreats in my own house all the time. I mean, I don't think tabloid content is very often wrong. It's just not interesting, right? I think the tabloids do a good job of being accurate reporters of what shit's going on with celebrities. Um, the biggest problem isn't falseness in media. It's ramming down everyone's throats certain narratives that become popularized among a certain subset of people, I mean, the thing about tabloids is there are a large number of women, especially in the world, who like celebrities a lot. They like to hear about them, they like to read about them. Rachel's such a person, and it's not something I'm particularly interested in, but I respect her interest in it. It does have a kind of archetypal Greek play tragedy kind of thing, I've never taken ayahuasca, and I've never taken DMT. I would like to take either of those things. I don't know what the difference is. Is ayahuasca what DMT is taken out of, or what? Well, I mean, it's like when I started the channel, I I did a lot of philosophy videos, random stuff. I made a couple of MBTI videos, and they did a lot better. So I started talking about typology, started studying it a lot, and I've got a really good grasp on it. I actually, make a good chunk of my living from typing people in video conferences. I charge $100, and they meet me in my video conference room. I ask them a bunch of questions and tell them what type they are. I have those typing session videos up on my channel. In fact, if you want to see what it looks like. So well, I think it's important to remember, Fiaco Kiak, that media is not a monolithic entity. That in fact there is no um, central narrative that's being pushed by some central authority figure. that in fact what we see is what we should have expected, which is you've got a bunch of people working in media who've come out of liberal arts colleges, and we have the recent phenomenon of what was genuinely a very anti-democratic Facebook campaign by Trump, an anti-quality governance campaign. A real ad campaign or a real way to communicate with voters uh, needs to actually communicate something. It shouldn't just be an attempt to manipulate them into voting for you. You should ideally make a voter understand this. You should vote for me because I'm not going to try to manipulate you into voting for me. I'm going to tell you the truth about things. And if you disagree with me, I'm going to hear you out. And I'm going to try to see if there's common ground. But you should vote for me because I'm the only candidate who's going to treat you with respect. Good. MJ, good job. Well, KE, I think the headline would actually read Kim K-Steen spending time with grocery clerk. Don't you think so? I mean, makes me feel bad for him because why would you even want to make a YouTube channel if you don't have any ideas? So, this whole thing about ego death, what does that mean? I've taken mushrooms plenty of time and acid, and the only thing I think I could accurately call ego death was when I was in the K-hole. That was genuine ego death. Well, I mean, Chloe, I hate to point out the obvious, but you did not experience eternity because if you did, you'd still be there. So I think that non-TI people have a tendency to have the glimmers cast upon them by drugs, and think that something significant is going on, some sort of growth. Wisdom, insight, or whatever. The thing is, if you're ENTP, then you dismiss that as nonsense pretty quickly. you realize that no, there's no magic in drugs. They don't provide wisdom. It is the case that in any instance, so what you're saying is when you were on that drug, you felt as though your mortality was an illusion, right? Words are prison to expression. Chloe, I love that you demonstrate this dichotomy that I talk about a lot. There are some people in the world who think that words mean things, and there are some people in the world who think that people mean things. People who think that people mean things typically say words are insufficient to convey my meaning, or I used words inadequately to convey my meaning. I know I said that, but I meant something else. People who think that words mean things basically understand that if you can't convey it in language, then it's not communicatively meaningful. It's just your personal experience. Well, look, Genexial, psychedelics can do some certain good things. So first, let me say, if you're a teetotaler, a super hardcore anti-drug person, right? And you have been your whole life, then for you, doing those drugs will probably be life-changing, for sure. But the thing is, almost never happens. So, in other words, it's not the people who need to do drugs who do drugs. Or rather, to put it a different way, it's not the people who would benefit from doing drugs who do drugs. Well, what is your soul's true nature? Are you a bear? The thing is, I'm not denying that there is magic in the world. There definitely is. What I'm saying is that Chloe did not gain a greater clarity about the nature of life, the universe, and everything via her drug experience, but she thinks she has. That's my position. We know she hasn't gained a greater understanding because she's not conveyed words that successfully convey any greater understanding, merely broad NI claims. I mean, insights do happen from a shift of perspective, but KE, that's what I'm saying. So, in other words, drugs would provide insight to somebody who was a lifelong teetotaler or anti-drug person, but those aren't the people who do drugs. Is there really a soul? So, the issue of whether there's a soul is certainly an interesting one. We behave as though there is, in the sense that we understand the self as a central being that is operating the various procedures, processes behaviors of the self, passing judgment on them, making decisions, etc. In that regard, we perceive a central or single self. Some people would call that the single self illusion, that it's illusionary to say there's a single self because you're a process. But the idea that an identity can't be durational or have process or be a pattern of processes or a configuration of processes, as it is with cognitive functions, is completely unwarranted. Okay, so Terence McKenna and Ram Dass, that beginning of a sentence should never end with "made a great man." Okay, those people, that's the kind of nonsense that I'm talking about. It's not meaningful. Those words that they use aren't meaningful. That's TI Polar stuff. It's just gesturing at vagaries and being enigmatic and trying to sound profound and trying to make you feel as though you understand on a new level. It's kind of like a mirror that makes you look more buff. It doesn't actually make you more buff at all. If anything, it just makes you confused. So, that's the reality of it, Chloe. I am not spending any more of my time looking at Tool. I'm sorry. I just can't. Soul semantically implies afterlife, different from mere personality. Well, I would agree, New Jack, that soul semantically implies the capacity to remove the mental self from the physical body. So, but it doesn't necessarily imply an afterlife. Like, for example, you could say this guy has a superpower of astral projection. His body falls flat on the ground, and his soul travels to some other place to look at something, comes back, gets back in his body. That would not necessarily imply an afterlife. Generally, souls are invoked when talking about the afterlife rather than in that capacity. But I would say one could imagine a soul existing, but not an afterlife. So, what exactly is the thing that extinguishes in a person when they die? There's energy in a person and an ongoing process and an entity that's comprises various patterns of electrical impulses and stuff. Well, like, where does that energy go? If a car runs out of gas, we know where the energy went. It went to moving the car. But if a person starves to death, we know where the energy went, right? It went to keeping him alive as long as it could until he died. But I mean, I am not opposed to experiencing those things. I'm saying, this is very much an ENFP, ENTP headbutt here. And it's also an example of a meta-analyst headbutt. So you have your frame of reference and you say, now practically realize it. I say, question the frame of reference, because questions about whether we have to practically realize it are predicated on the frame of reference passing judgment. And those are two different ways to evaluate something. In my perspective, obviously, my way is better. From your perspective, obviously, your way is better. And that makes you wrong. I don't know what else to say there. I wasn't sure how to conclude that. New Jack, you and me both. Samesies, okay? In fact, I purchased for Rachel a bottle of that perfume because I remembered from many years back that I liked it on this girl I liked in high school, and I wanted her to smell like it. It wasn't as powerful an SI resonant experience as I hoped, but it seemed like maybe it smelled a little different. Right, KE, what you just said right there is a very wise thing to say. The realm of death and afterlife is not TI friendly, inevitably leads to non-answers and deep depression. I learned to be okay believing in some undefendable things because they make me feel less afraid. And indeed, the fact is, there's a need, I think, for most people to have some kind of magical thinking frame. And how you incorporate that and what it does for you is going to depend on the person. Oh, back to where the energy goes. Thank you for keeping me on track, New Jack. Yeah, so where does that energy go? If you imagine that they starve to death and they've run out of calories, so I guess that's the energy has been all used up. But I mean, clearly, the entity or identity part of a person, the thing that has attention to pay in various ways, that thing is well, you'd have to think of it as some sort of energy being, right? Because it's extra to the physicality of the body. And so I don't know. It's a tricky question. Do I believe in a soul? Well, obviously, it would be nice if we could have a machine that like pulled part of your ghost out of you and say, "Yeah, that's the soul," and you could kind of poke it a little bit, maybe shine a flashlight through it. Hey, it's translucent. You could talk to it. Put me back. Ha ha ha. He really wants to go back in that body, and then let it go back in. That'd be great. That would be great. Really, am I once again falsely defaming somebody because I don't really know very much about them, and I read two things by them that that I disagreed with? You guys talking about my voice? Is that my voice you're talking about? You can't stand my nasal voice? I'll try to denasal it, I guess. Who's TM? That must not be me. Maybe it's not me. Good. Whew. I was worried there for a second. From now on, I'm going to talk like this with the nasal voice and nasal voice, nasal me up. I love your nasally cup. Play a minute of Terrence McKenna. Hopefully, he's not Michelle shocked. I don't want to listen to his nasally voice. Thanks, New Jack. And this is the rock and roll sign, okay? That's my pro rock and roll message to you. I believe I was going to leave a little while ago, and then I got distracted by something. Terrence McKenna is dead AF. Is that more dead than just regular dead? Has anybody seen Angel Beats? It's an interesting anime I started watching. I made a shirt design from it because the group of kids in the show, their slogan is "Rebels Against the God," all in lowercase. So I thought that would make a good shirt design. I'd tag it out with all the anime stuff, and hopefully somebody looking for a shirt about Angel Beats will see it and go, "Oh, I want that shirt." That's the hope, anyway. Um, I've got two anime shirts done now. Also, in honor of Hambone, it should be mentioned, I have Welcome to Buckley shirts done as well. Buckley, Washington. I'm going to put some links here. So this is the shirts that reference Angel Beats, the anime. And this shirt here references My Hero Academia. You know what I'm saying? Terrence McKenna died at 50 in 2000. What did he die of? Have you ever seen the Key and Peele sketch where I guess it's Peele plays Neil deGrasse Tyson? It's pretty funny. His wife keeps trying to like scold him about something, and he goes, he does his Neil deGrasse Tyson shit. Did you know that his wife gets all confused by his behavior? Anyway, it's pretty funny. You should watch it. Yeah. Try using your eyes to watch it this time. I like that idea, Gen XO. I'm a big fan of that idea. You know? Throw me in a bag, put me in the dirt, plant a tree on top of me, 'cause that would make me squirt. Smarter than those folks who bury in the ground, but all trapped up in coffins with the dirt all around. I'd like my body to feed this tree and see if me join it too. In the tube, thinking, hey, look at these, it's bees near my leaves. I'm a tree now, a tree. Life as a tree sounds pretty good to me, though evidentiarily there's no reason to believe that planting me beneath a sapling will produce some kind of new news, like me becoming a tree. Still, I'd like to think that it would. I'd be buried thus, 'cause I think I'd become tree. I'd like to be a maple, please. It has the pretty leaves. It drops them in the fall, reminding me of death that preceded this all to be a tree. That was a pretty good freestyle. As such things go, I suppose. Self-aggrandizing much, Eric? Stop it, you guys. You're hurting my feelings. Eric, your feelings are always getting hurt. Nuh-uh. Yeah-huh. What even is this thing? If I were an ESTP, I wouldn't sit around talking on the internet all the time about random shit and making up songs like this and stuff. I wouldn't have this kind of response because somebody came and said some stupid stuff like you just did. I just ignore it. It wouldn't result in any response at all. I guess that's the SE song or something. All right, I'll just trim that. Cow. Of course, you don't work. Home. Yeah. Save. SE song. Gay. Why add a gay to it? GEH. Well, make it stand out from something else that might say SE song. It's like putting a ball on your antenna on your car in the parking lot so you can spot it more easily amongst the other vehicles. It's God's way of saying, good job, Eric. Chloe Colbard, would you say that my song about burial is one of those ways? I think so. I think my song about burial just elevated you, your spiritual level, to brown belt. If you keep this up and you enter the proper spiritual chrysalis, I am confident that you will emerge an actualized butterfly. You're that close. I can tell. I'm an 8th Dan black belt in spirituality. Yeah, sure. Some people call me fully 100% enlightened. I'm here to lead you on your spiritual journey. How many cigarettes do you smoke a day? Are you getting enough tar in your diet? Are you trying meditation or anything like that? Toss that shit out. Waste of time. Complete waste of time. Don't get led astray by those fancy self-help books. Instead, try relentless masturbating. It's the new form of meditation. Can you imagine like going to the Zen temple, the monk, the bald head's there. Everybody, put your hands here in your lap and begin wanking. Well, the one thing I don't really like about the Zen temple is the compulsory masturbation. What difference is meta-analyst from the hippie guru seeking a Buddhist journey to teaching yoga? No offense, but one is abstract, the other type does yoga on concrete. Well, the hippie guru seeking a Buddhist journey and teaching yoga has a single set of understandings of framework. And they don't use their tool function ever to question that framework, but rather to apply it or to impact underneath it, you might say. Whereas a meta-analyst has a framework, but their tool function, they use it to critique their own framework first and foremost, rather than impact under the framework. That's the difference. Well, like Chloe's framework is very much an FI framework because it's all about trying to gesture at those elements of life that fundamentally aren't communicable. So in that regard, you're talking about mostly FI. Then she, though, presumes the universality of that frame because the tool function doesn't question that frame. Instead, like I said, impacts under it, decides what kind of action to take under it, etc. So, whereas I advocate more of a simple parsing of the matter. That okay, so all of the stuff you're saying, the specific content of it isn't really relevant. We qualify that as your magical thinking paradigm, but for that to be meaningfully discussed around here, it needs to be understood as such and subsumed by some greater paradigm, or else, once again, we're being led by a unavoidably futile attempt to communicate the incommunicable. Empty my cup, empty my cup, empty it. Do you mean this impermanent play here in this live stream or on this earth? Because while our play as living beings on this earth is impermanent, it is my sincerest hope that the myriad records of my existence are not. I mean, the thing is, soul is one of those words that tries to deal with what's epistemologically a challenge for people, which is the idea competing schools of thought about human consciousness. One saying it's just an expression of a variety of electrical impulses and stuff. It's basically a determinist frame. Another one, religious, saying that fundamentally the being of the human is in the soul, and the body is just a husk that one dispatches with. Still another school of thought saying the soul is a sort of universal soul material that goes back into a big pool of generic soul material and gets squirted out into new creatures in some sort of reincarnation idea. There are atheists who say there is no soul, and when you're dead, you're gone. That's it. So there are a lot of different perspectives regarding the soul, right? No, Chloe, that's not true. I don't miss out on the magic. I have a healthy relationship with magic. So I have a magical thinking frame, and I apply it at times, but I understand it for what it is, and I recognize the limits of its jurisdiction. I'm leading a machine-like life, so I don't use my right brain. I mean, isn't right brain like creative stuff, right? I mean, I've written like 300 songs. Is that not right brain stuff? Well, I mean, I've left a lot of record of myself all over the internet, and it's, the old saying, once it's on the internet, it's on the internet forever. The thing is, Chloe, it's not necessary to have your it's not necessary to have your commitment to the magical thinking frame as predominant to have a healthy relationship with magical thinking frame. So, do I believe in a soul? Well, I put it this way: I self-identify as Christian, and I pray. So, you might conclude that I assume the existence of a soul. I'm not sure. Here's the other thing to consider, though. I do mostly believe that an individual human being is always necessarily a intertwining of a physical being and an intellectual being. So, like INTJs who are pretty distant from their bodies, or ENTJs even especially, will sort of dream of a world where they can upload their consciousness and will to a computer and direct things from there. The thing is, that will never actually happen because having a consciousness and will can't be decoupled from the body. Now, I can't exactly prove this, but I would point out that um, we're reliant cognitively on on input of some sort. That, you know, like how are you going to have extroverted sensing or introverted sensing if you don't have a body? And introverted sensing is, you know, to be fully human, you've got to manifest those functions. I mean, I can acknowledge that it's like things. I don't like making statements about existence in general. It's a strange thing. When we're talking about existence, we're almost always making some kind of category error. So, what I would say is that the word soul refers to the implicit quality in human beings of understanding themselves to be distinct entities that are um, that are manifest beyond their body. So you can certainly imagine somebody who's get paralyzed and they don't really have much access to a lot of sensory input, yet they're still obviously a human being. But you know, in that instance, that's their body experience. Um, the idea of detaching the consciousness entirely from the body is is an interesting one. But okay, so to clarify, Chloe, um, it's important to be able to distinguish between what is and is not magical thinking. So things that are supported by claims like see if I can find one. There are ways to experiencing the true nature, turning off your identity consciousness, getting internal, to be able to witness the awareness and realize the infinity, meditation, astral travel, planet. So those things qualify as magical thinking, all right, because of how they're warranted, not because of what they are, but because of how they are warranted, which means certain kinds of justifications for things do justify, and certain kinds of justifications don't. Now, when things don't really justify the conclusion, in other words, when they require a leap of faith, then they fall under the category of magical thinking. I don't use the term derisively, though most people do. I'm trying to reclaim the term. It's not a bad thing to have a magical thinking frame. It is a bad thing, probably, to be consumed by it. So you want to be careful to at least learn to distinguish between those elements that are magical thinking elements and those which are not. Okay, well, whether or not it's magical doesn't link to whether or not you experience it, but what you experience. So if you experience your body floating above your bed in the middle of the night as a ghost goes, woo, that's magical. If you experience buying something from the counter at lunch, that's not magical, right? Because one thing has an explanation and the other doesn't, right? Okay, so that makes it magical thinking, okay? If your warrant is purely subjective, and especially if it's making claims that extend beyond the self, and those warrants are purely subjective, that's the definition of magical thinking. And saying you have to experience it says you have to encounter these subjective data. So that definitionally then is magical thinking. Things that don't require magical thinking allow you to reference objective data, which is data outside of the self and outside of one's own experience, so that everybody can access the data equally, draw their own conclusions independently about it. As an intuitive, you can have the natural inclination to ask yourself the question, finding a satisfying answer doesn't make it true for everyone because there's no refutable proof. Right. The point is, it mostly always boils down to the same thing. This is a matter of linguistics, really, your relationship with language. So, for those of you who have a clear, I guess, time object in your head that links to the word soul, you have a clear in-eye kind of perception of what it means. You're going to have a different relationship with the word than those of us who seek to have a word well defined before before embracing it as a meaningful term for discussion. Okay, well, Chloe, the thing is, what you need to remember is what draws you to these kind of things is precisely the fact that they are magical. Okay, it's not, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You want the magic, and I don't blame you, nothing wrong with wanting magic. But that means you have to accept that those are your non-rational metrics, not your rational metrics. You should have rational metrics too. You're not educated on these shorthand types. You're probably an NTP, New Jack, or an STP. Uh, you're pretty clearly TI, which means, well, what you're witnessing here between me and Chloe is a battle between introverted thinking, that's my approach, and introverted feeling, that's her approach. Introverted thinking says words mean things, and we evaluate the meaning of those sentences by parsing them logically. Are they contradicting themselves in some fashion? Do they contradict some universal observation we're already aware of? Are they consistent in the sense that we can use them if we were to apply that as a principle across the board that would create just outcomes, things like that. Those are TI processes. TI people are good at answering deductive reasoning problems, such as who is my mother's, father's, wife's only daughter's only son in relation to me? So, New Jack, I'll repeat it. If you could answer that question right away, then, or at least on the second listen here, then that means you're probably a TI type, okay? It's who is my mother's, father's, wife's only daughter's son in relation to me. Well, yeah. The thing about a discussion is this. most of the problem with internet discussions when they get sort of off purpose or whatever is it's me. Is let me ask you another one, New Jack. If some bluebirds like roofing tar and some things that like roofing tar enjoy pineapple, can we conclude that some bluebirds enjoy pineapple? I don't know. I have to ask you a few more questions. I gotta ask you that one. At least more. No is correct. How about this one? If only people from Egypt build pyramids and I build a pyramid, am I necessarily from Egypt? If only people from Egypt build pyramids, and I have built a pyramid, can we necessarily conclude that I'm from Egypt? Yes, we can. You are correct, New Jack. How about this one, New Jack? If either P or Q, then R. And if P or Q, then S. And not S. Can we conclude not R? I'll repeat it. If P or Q, then S. And if P or Q, then R. Not R. Can we conclude not S? Stolen. Yes, we can conclude it. You're right. You're right. Using the delightful little technique that we like to call modus tollens. That's right. Modus tollens. No, we can't. You know what? I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I thought we could. We can't, actually. If P or Q, then S, and if P or Q, then R. Not R, not P or Q, but not P or Q doesn't produce an S. So I was wrong. I was wrong. Yeah. Why don't I experience those drugs and then decide what about them? I mean, Chloe, keep in mind, I've done a lot of drugs in my life, okay? I have tripped on acid so hard you can't even conceive of it. I've been in the K-hole, which is a totally dissociative state. I've taken mushrooms. I've taken really good ecstasy one time. I was a meth addict for 4 years. I smoke weed on the regular. I still take mushrooms when I can get them occasionally. And I have a prescription for Adderall. So sometimes I buy nitrous to take nitrous hits, and sometimes I get this kratom shit if I feel like something, you know. So acting as though I'm some anti-drug crusading prude who won't acknowledge the potential of drugs because I haven't tried them is fucking insane. Now, note, many of those drugs I've tried before made the same sort of promises. People like you made the same sort of promises about them that, oh, it's, right? That's your, that's what you want to be, not what is. You know, I'm more of a head than you will ever be. Don't lecture me about making assumptions before you try drugs. It's so ridiculous to hear from anybody's mouth. I can't believe I'm hearing it. And again, I have said already, I would not be opposed to trying DMT or ayahuasca or whatever it's called. I'm not actively pursuing it, but I wouldn't kick it out of bed for eating crackers probably. I'm just saying that frame of reference, the things you're looking for from drugs, the confirmation of magical thinking from drugs, doesn't change the reality of magical thinking at all. In other words, it still requires faith. You may feel it requires less faith because of your experience, but it's still a faith-based frame of reference. And it's important to remember that and treat it as such, acknowledge it as such, and work towards adding a rational frame of reference as well. Whatever you want to call them, Chloe, I don't care if you want to call them drugs or plant medicine and meditation. I mean, it gets you fucked up, all right? It changes your consciousness. I'm not simply renaming them plant medicines is not going to change the fact that these are drugs that change your consciousness in dramatic ways. Okay, well, I was never into coke, but I would agree that people shouldn't become meth addicts. It's a bad idea because they won't be able to handle it or sustain it. It's too strong. People can't handle it really. They can handle it for a while and then they can't. But I would disagree with you to say that meth is overall detrimental. I'd say that my time on meth probably helped me refine some skills with kind of like hardcore practice that maybe I otherwise wouldn't have. Shreds McGee, I would love to. That sounds fun. Well, that's a very high IQ observation, New Jack. I try to tell people that, remember, ENTPs are the most fluidly verbal, so we're going to sound very intelligent. And we're also FE third, which means we like to come across as we want to come across, which usually is intelligent. So I always try to stress that that IQ is a bad metric to use in general. That it tries to make a conglomeration of varying forms of attention and reason into a single score that is necessarily a reflection of the biases of the people who make it as to what they want to have be important. When I take a verbal reasoning test, I score off the charts. When I take a spatial pattern recognition test, I score. Like I took one that was all spatial pattern recognition for a Swedish thing called Mensa because somebody on a stream wanted me to do it. I got 107. So it really is a IQ is a score that it's what you'd call absolutely relative, which is to say it's absolute only relative to in comparing it to other instances of that score rather than linking to any kind of real explanation or mechanism. The thing about cognitive functions, which is what we talk about around here a lot, which is much superior to like the big five or IQ, is they actually have a mechanism and an explanation of why people behave the way they do. And it's much less normative too because it includes whatever strength you have, there's a corresponding weakness necessarily. And those strengths aren't really exactly strengths, but they are instead habits of attention. People are configured to pay attention in the same way that they're right-handed or left-handed. So I'm an extroverted intuitor, which means I'm always generating ideas and talking a lot. And I like to talk about ideas a lot more than I like to do them. Even good ideas, it'll be a struggle to get them done because I'm so much about talking about ideas. It's my it's my strength. It's right in my wheelhouse. I talk about these specific ideas because they're best parsed via my tool function introverted thinking, and so I can be pretty precise about the explanations I'm providing and the mechanisms. Additionally, I'm also a professional debate coach, so I've been doing that for a long time, and I'm pretty good at. Well, see, this is the thing. KE. ENTPs are the bodybuilders of intellectual all show no substance. Not me, because I've been a professional debate coach for a long time now, and the reality of that is I have to compete at basically extrovert intuition, introvert thinking against other coaches in the country, and we've won national championships and stuff, and so I agree with you by and large. By and large, I agree with you that ENTPs are sloppy thinkers, except for those who've gone through competition flow debate, which hones them into a proper ENTP. I'm not a sloppy thinker. That's for sure. It's something productive if it's novel. Not necessarily. I'm trying to. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not productive. I've got over 6,000 videos up. A lot of them talking videos. Some of them edited. Some of them comedy. Some of them music. I've got a lot of recorded songs. I've written a lot of things. This is all really as my career as a debate coach kind of wound down. I started undertaking all these other things. Now I type people, and they, I get $100 for an hour session. I'd like to get more of those sessions, so I'd have more money. But is it possible to shift from one type to another over time? No, because definitionally, personality is the aspect of the self that persists across time, from early childhood through your end of your life. Well, you can also think of personality as why somebody acted more or less the same way when they were 17 as they do now. And that's the case for me. I have a video of myself on the channel at 17 being interviewed about this new law regarding parties. And my arguments then would be the same as they are now. Basically, you can see it's the same guy. I argue then that it's a violation of the First Amendment protection of the right to free assembly, because because the right to free assembly should only be checked in circumstances where there's violence, and parties don't typically have violence. So the law should be struck down as unconstitutional. That's the argument I made at 17. It's the same argument I make today, probably. Well, New Jack, yeah, when you came in, you're pretty clearly NTP. If you view yourself as an extrovert and some other things, and you're probably an ENTP. But I could tell right away you were in some sort of NTP. ENTPs and INTPs sit around and talk about things they could do that would be cool, but they rarely do them. Well, we like talking about the ideas, sure, Hero Lamb. Like, I've got all my business ideas, right? I've got Food Cube, the business that sells a cube of food at a low price. There's Wrong Hole, the boutique restaurant that only serves the anuses of various creatures, and Farm to Table boutique anus from 20 native North American sustainably farmed species. There's God's Big Heaven Church, the church I want to open, whose selling point is we have the biggest heaven. Catholic heaven is very small. It was built a long time ago. Mormon heaven's nice, but there's nothing fun you can do there. So I like to have funny ideas that aren't actually implementable. Only some of my good ideas are actually implementable. And, you know, the thing is, I've implemented a lot of videos. Do those comprise doing things? Well, sometimes they are executions of a plan and stuff, and so forth. I have done a lot of stuff too, but doings for losers. So anyway, I bid you all a very, 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 very fond adieu.